It's because John Husted is putting billionaires above your family's health. Tell John Husted, hands off our healthcare. Paid for by Majority Forward.
And because guess what? They get to keep a lot of that gross margin that they don't have to pay NVIDIA for those chips. So I think sooner or later, the big game in this case is going to be who has the lowest, cost per token within all the hyperscale cloud providers, and that's where Google and Amazon may have a leg over Microsoft.
We're talking Amazon right now. Shares of Amazon higher by 8.3% in the after hours. We are just about a minute away from hearing from Apple, or we're expecting to hear from Apple. We're going to be looking at the iPhone, of course. We'll be looking at sales in China, the company's entire China business services revenue as well. Any commentary about the transition from Tim Cook to John Ternus? We do expect this to be Tim Cook's final earnings call that he presides over. But as Mark Gurman told us, Carol, we expect John Ternus to have a very big role in this call too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at Apple in the aftermarket, just up about 0.5 percentage point. So we are just seconds away. Keep in mind, this stock has been quite an outperformer when you look at the Mag 7. I mean, Apple is up now about 22% year to date. And I think about the conversation we had with Mark, this whole idea of they were kind of punished for not being in on the CapEx AI spend for a while. And now it's seems to be not a bad strategy in terms of what they have been doing, but we'll see what the company has to say about products and what's moving the needle. Again, Apple results will be out in just a moment. We're going to continue our conversation, though, covering Apple, covering Amazon. Poonam Goyal with us from Bloomberg Intelligence, Anurag Rana as well, and Ed Ludlow, host of Bloomberg Tech. But again, folks, we are expecting Apple to cross any moment, and here they go. So let's get to the numbers. Third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat. $108.85 is what the street was expecting. Third quarter EPS, $2.02 a share. That is definitely above what the street was forecasting of $1.89 a share. If we go to third quarter products revenue, $78.68 billion. That too is better than the street estimate of $77.25 billion. Services revenue, $30.74 billion, a little bit light. $31.36 billion. And again, we're kind of highlighting here on the Bloomberg what we call our red sticky or red headlines. Third quarter revenue, again, better than what the street was forecasting, $109.42 billion versus $108.85 billion. We're now getting iPhone revenue as well, Tim.
Yeah, the headlines crossing fast and furious. iPhone revenue coming in above estimates at $54.25 billion. The estimate was for $53.6 billion. Shares of Apple down about 2.4% in the after hours. Apple also declaring a cash dividend of $27 a share. Third quarter Greater China revenue coming in shy of estimates at $18.82 billion. The estimate was for $19.58 billion. Apple shares falling about 2.4% in the post-market. When these numbers crossed, they did shoot higher ever so slightly. Watch the after hours carefully and with caution. We haven't heard yet what they're going to say on the call. Very light commentary too, as Apple is wont to do in their press release, just saying that the company is proud to report the strongest June quarter ever with double-digit revenue growth across iPhone, Mac, and services and in every geographic segment. This is Tim Cook.
Setting June quarter records for both EPS and operating cash flow. Still here with our team. Ed Ludlow, I want to bring you back in here. I know you're just kind of going through the numbers too. Initial thoughts here. Again, we continue to see the stock down about 2.5% here in the aftermarket.
Yeah, it's a slight beat against consensus or expectations across the board. Other in iPad, I see a miss. And then in services, I see a miss. On gross margin coming in at 50.1%, Apple does explain that there was roughly 2 percentage points benefit gross margin from tariff refunds. So we can relitigate that on the accounting side, but EPS therefore includes an 11-cent benefit from those tariff refunds. But that's what I see. Mm-hmm. Tim summed it up well. The Greater China will be a question, right? But I see iPad miss and services miss. Services more likely to be a concern if it's a miss than iPad, maybe, but otherwise strong.
Yeah, Mark Gurman's going to join us too for the conversation in a little bit, but he's also pointing out gross margin slightly above what Wall Street wanted. But again, the stock down about 2%. But let's not forget, the stock has been on quite a rally so far this year. You're looking perplexed?
Yeah, I am. I want to bring in Anurag. Anurag, I know that you expected that the string of strong iPhone results would continue this quarter and next, given the company hasn't raised prices for smartphones. Has your view changed at all, given what we've seen in the last few minutes with these numbers coming out?
No, there was a beat on the iPhone number, so that's there. But here is the kicker, and I'm looking at gross margins, which was also pretty decent. Now that's a surprise because you would have expected
the memory prices, right?
Yeah, memory prices to start hitting. The only place where I see slight hiccup is Greater China, so we'll find out what happened here. But it's a very minor, very minor miss.
Anurag, are you saying that Apple doesn't need to raise prices because their margins are intact?
I hope, for their sake, if they can figure out not to raise iPhone lower end prices, it's going to be very good for them. I think you have to raise prices, first of all, because the memory costs are very high. But I think we think it's better to do it on the higher end phones because, people like you are not sensitive to, another few $100s on a iPhone Pro Max. So that's not going to be the difference.
Well, now
the
we can
difference
lease
is going
them.
to be. See, that's another reason why they did that. That's another reason why they did that. So the thing is, I think there is one more good quarter of iPhone coming in, but then things get harder for them next year because then comparisons get tough.
Yeah.
This is not a company you can grow iPhone 22% year after year. This is not a brand new product. This is a replacement cycle story. So you could see a little bit of a push for people pulling forward some of these things, but things are going to get hard next year when you get into tougher comparisons.
I want to roll into the conversation. Ian King, of course, who follows the semiconductor space, tech reporter here, just on our live blog about the Apple results. It's saying expectations for iPhone sales in China are partly colored by the challenges of Apple's local rivals there. They've struggled to get enough supply of memory chips and have built fewer phones, particularly in the cheaper segment. Apple's size and status should put it in a better situation for access to these crucial components. That said, Samsung Electronics, the other heavyweights in the phone market, has its own chip business to fall back on for memory supply. Now, that was just ahead of the numbers, the results that we got just a few minutes later. And we know we did get a miss when it comes to Greater China. Ed, I hear you. Come on in.
Well, I would just reflect that I spoke to the Qualcomm CEO this morning who basically corroborates that idea. There is demand to buy phones from the consumer. The problem is not just memory prices, it's memory supply on literal terms. And the net result of that is that production is constrained and the market is suppressed because the supply of the final handset is a little bit suppressed. Take with a grain of salt because Qualcomm is also losing business from Apple steadily as Apple moves away from them. But I find that really interesting. And guys, I just go back and ask Anurag a question if I can. But it's like, if there was a 2 percentage point positive contribution to that gross margin from tariff refunds, which is 11 cents EPS contribution, does that mask the impact of memory in the moment? And I guess we'll talk about it on the call.
Yeah, we reduced that. So if you see that gross margin is 50.1%, if you take 200 basis points out, that's 48.1, and that's right in line with consensus. So it's not denting. I mean, it just doesn't look like it's having an impact. I would have thought easily 150 to 200 basis points, somewhere in that range by now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, so Poonam, I know you're still there too, and as we continue to go, I mean, there's always so much focus when it comes to, these different companies, whether it's Apple or Amazon on the tech side of things. But I just think about, you follow the consumer and the retailer. I mean, Apple phones are expensive, but, when you think about branding, this is a brand and they have quite a loyal customer base.
You're absolutely right. And, when we think about the state of the consumer and where the consumer sits today, I think one of the benefits that we've seen is that the higher end or the upper end consumer is still very strong. So that may be in part what's driving the story for many of these prestige brands, because balance sheets are strong, the stock market is strong, and that is what drives spending in these more affluent names. Where we do see pressure is on the low end. And that's where we're seeing a lot of trade down and pullback from shoppers as they are having a harder time to stretch those budgets, especially in the midst of higher gas prices today.
Yeah, I think. I think that's the question about consumers moving forward, and that's certainly an important one, not just for Amazon, but for Apple too, especially as the company thinks about price sensitivity with raising prices as a result of this memory shock. I want to remind everybody that you can send us some questions for our great roundtable. Bloomberg.com/askradio. It's available exclusively for Bloomberg subscribers to Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg terminal. We did get a question coming from Ari in Baltimore, who asks, I think this is a good one probably for Ed, and then Anurag, you can jump in too. Ari from Baltimore asks, what are they using, and I think this is referring to Apple, to keep customers updated with security releases, and how are they tracking artifacts that have been deployed with previous releases? The complete software development lifecycle process is instantaneously condensed with AI. What protections and monitoring are being put into place?
Yeah, I think that's a way of saying now that AI is basically dramatically impacting software development and the regularity of which new generations of software is deployed. What's Apple doing to make sure security keeps up? Like for Apple, privacy and the security of the OS and the device itself is like sacred. Good job on translating SDLC, by the way. That tickled me. Do you Google that?
Ari knows what's up.
I'm not going to answer on Apple's behalf. Maybe they talk about it on the call, but like they do a lot of AI generated code review. Apple talks less or beats its chest less about how internally AI has made their teams better. The product side, they've come in for a lot of criticism, which is AI powered Siri or Apple Intelligence. But, they still internally are full of talented software engineers where basically right now you can be much more productive. You can write a lot more new code and you can review old code in a much more efficient way. That doesn't probably answer it explicitly, but yeah, Apple, security, privacy, sacred.
Yeah, Anurag, jump on in here from that sacred security and privacy being sacred. I mean, from a marketing perspective, Apple has been all over this for years, talking about how what you do on your Apple device stays on your Apple device, and the security and the privacy around that. I think that was a big push when it got into health and doing all and holding all of your health data. What are your thoughts on Ari's question?
Yeah, I think Ed's absolutely right. So now think about it this way. Apple is primarily a consumer device company. It's not an enterprise tech-focused company that's selling servers or, the problem currently with security processes around enterprises or any large company is because they have 2,500 different products from multiple manufacturers that are stapled together. You don't have that with Apple. It's one sandbox. It's their hardware, it's their software, it's their services. All of those things are designed and managed by them all the way down to the chip level. That level of, you could say, architecture is what makes Apple different compared to any other product manufacturer out there. So this is why you see less malware, less security incidents, and when they have to update something, it gets pushed out to all of us at the same time.
It's interesting going through the live blog, Ian King pointing out Apple's chief financial officer pointing to cash flow and earnings per share as high points. Very pleased. This is, again, the CFO saying we are very pleased with our record business and performance during the quarter, which set new June quarter records for both EPS and operating cash flow. This is in the statement. Our install base of active devices also reached a new all-time high across all major product categories and geographic segments. But the idea about operating cash flow, and I just want to kind of put this out where we are focusing more on that when it comes to these big tech companies as they spend big time on AI, not necessarily Apple. But I'm just wondering, is that a little bit of a flex in your view? And I want to go, let me bring you back in, Poonam, though. As we begin, we never really look at these balance sheets on these big companies, Amazon included. They just generate so much money. But all of a sudden, we're like kind of in a new era.
You're absolutely right. Look, but I think where AI is moving and where it's taking these companies, it's one of those investments that's actually paying off, and it's paying off fairly quickly. So from all the retailers that I cover and the investments that they do make in AI, whether it's generative AI or even AI through their robotics and operations, they are driving tangible results. Just, I was speaking to a grocery retailer earlier last week, and 1 second saved off the register through physical imaging with AI is $1 million. So if you just put things in perspective, I do think these investments are paying off, at least on the retail side for sure.
I want to pose that question to you as well, Ed. You know, we just are looking at these companies' difference in their balance sheets, especially when it comes to cash flow.
Yeah, I mean, that said, I mean, Amazon's trailing 12-month free cash flow is like negative 8 billion now, right? and you know, it was a big moment on this show. I remember, you know,
yes.
in the last year, Oracle went to negative free cash flow, and Amazon went to negative free cash flow, and like everyone was so sanguine about it. Compare and contrast with Apple. I mean, Apple, you raised a really good point. You know, they're talking about record operating cash flow. Mm-hmm. That comment just refers to the June quarter, right? Like, if you look at the statement, they're presenting it on a 9-month or year-to-date basis, which is kind of squeaky. I don't really understand that. Maybe Anurag will save me. But I heard an investor on surveillance, Bloomberg surveillance, say this morning that, you know, there's a difference between earnings and cash flow. You know, earnings is an idea and cash flow is evidence. And, you know, right now, like, everyone seems pretty calm about the cash flow situation.
Yeah, Ed, we're going to do one more because you got to go really soon. I just want to get your view on the stock reaction. Down 3.7% right now. Total revenue topped estimates. China sales came in light. That was well short of the 19.6 billion estimated by analysts. Services revenue came in a little bit light at 30.7 billion. Is that what's pushing the stock lower right now? Services in China?
I put a lot of emphasis on the year-to-date performance going into it, and Apple being the outperformer.
23% higher, right?
You know, and you know, just for the sake of being consistent, that, you know, 4% is an almost 2.5 standard deviations move. You should have cut to Anurag's face, and I would love to have seen his reaction to me saying that. But I can't gauge if 4% is a big drop or not. Like, I always feel like we're treading water to the cool anyway, and this one particularly unusual given the Tim Cook last one as CEO. I don't really know what to make of the drop.
Yeah. Do we have to let Ed go? Do we have to let him go? Can I just give you? Can you give us 1 minute? Because I want to go back to Anurag on some stuff and Poonam. Rivian, now up about 0.6%. What do we need to know?
Yeah, look, it was a big quarter for them where they narrowed their losses. They launched the R2. There is some limited evidence. I tried my best to get Claire McDonough, the CFO, to just give me hard numbers of the trajectory of R2, like how sales are going. They seem to have a lot of demand, and it's really about them executing on it now. They tap the equity market. They have lots of financing available to them. They will build up to 70,000 EVs this year. And so really, it's just are they going to pull this off story now? You know, the stock's nowhere near where it has been historically, but you know, they've come to market with a EV that's closer to what Americans might actually buy. Yeah,
exactly. And that's kind of the lead on Kara Carlson's story. Rivian reporting better than expected earnings as it began deliveries of a new mid-sized sport utility vehicle. So, I don't know.
They're telling us we can keep Ed.
I know.
Ed, don't go anywhere.
What's your last thought before you head over to the TV side?
So Remain's probably Academy cancelled, hasn't he? Maybe I just misinterpreted it, but I was left surprised that Meta opted not to just give some signal for CapEx to next year, because the street has such conviction that it will be a number around 230 billion or whatever it is. So with Amazon, I'm really interested in that. You know, like, is that a measure of confidence, whether a company says, you know what, guys, here's our plan for the next 12 months or for next year, whatever it is. And I wonder how, given the positive reaction to their growth, how the market would react to any future signal on spending.
I want to just go on Amazon to use that as a segue to bring in Poonam Goyal from our Bloomberg Intelligence team. She's senior analyst for e-commerce and athleisure. Amazon shares in the after hours up 7.2%. We've spent the last 16 minutes talking a lot about Apple, Poonam, but while we've been doing that, you have been looking through Amazon's results and getting information about Amazon. The company did report its fifth straight quarter of cloud sales growth. Revenue jumped 37% to $42.2 billion at AWS. We saw some solid news when it comes to a $25 billion run rate for its AI business and also for its chips business. What else is sticking out to you as you've had a chance to sit with these numbers?
You know what I find very interesting here is the grocery business. Amazon has paid a lot of attention to grocery and really put a lot of dollars behind it.
That's where our dollars go in my home.
Yeah, but Amazon wants them to come to them, right? It's one of the largest buckets of spend and a key replenishment item in a household. So I think for me, if Amazon can get this business right, which I don't think they have it right just yet, but I do see them making the right steps to get there. The integration of adding on grocery items into your Amazon spending online was a big step, and I think a meaningful step up to get the grocery business to be more frequent there. I'd like to hear more about that, and I do think that it's one of those areas where if they can get it right, it can be needle moving, and it can take the GMV significantly higher from where we estimate it to be
It's a
today.
tough business, though. I mean, they've been trying to get at this for years. Poonam, sit tight. I know you got to go in a minute. I also want to thank Ed Ludlow, the Bloomberg Tech host, joining us on these. Ed, thank you so much. Check out Ed's show tomorrow, 11 o'clock. I know he's going to be on these calls tonight as well.
Anurag, come on back in. This as we continue to watch Amazon rallying big time in the aftermarket. Again, this one, some outperformance here. We've been talking about it with the team, and I'm just pulling it up on my Bloomberg, up about 7.25% here. Apple, as we continue to track that one in the aftermarket, it just came out with its earnings a short while ago. That one continues to be down about 3.9%. You know, Anurag, we were talking about with Ed, there was a lot of stuff, and comment where you wish, but I also do think about how we continue to look at like the balance sheets of some of these big tech companies a little bit differently when it comes to free cash flow.
Yeah, and I'll be very surprised if Apple doesn't remind people that perhaps their cash flow is so much better than all the hyperscale cloud providers put together. But that's really the case over here. Is this is a company with stable revenue growth, very high margins, and an impressive free cash flow, which I don't think how many countries can even talk about annual free cash flow over $100 billion. I mean, I can't think of that, frankly. But remember, this is a very different company. And what you're seeing today, frankly, I'm surprised it didn't happen this morning, because we saw a complete reversal of the risk rate today, which means people really got into extremely risky assets from a balance sheet point of view and sold some of the safety stocks. And that AI reversal is what I think was driving even Apple's valuation over the last several months. Because if you go back in November and then you can chart that, we started talking about that, listen, this is a company that's only spending 3% of its overall sales on capital expenditures. Compare that with Microsoft. It's over 50% at this point. So you look at these two, contrast and compare these two companies. People said, you know what, even though they are not into large language models, but they are also not spending hundreds of billions of dollars in data centers. Maybe this is a better place to hide for the time being. And I think today's unwind is, I think, just a factor of that.
All right, great stuff. Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Poonam Goyal, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for E-commerce and Athleisure, joining us from Princeton and then out there in Chicago. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst, with the wrap on both Amazon and Apple. But we're going to stay with Apple.
Yeah, I want to bring in Mark Gurman. He's back with us. Apple shares down 4% in the after hours. Mark is Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech. You were live blogging while you were on TV.
Yes.
What's your take?
My take is that the iPhone number looks great. My take is that the Mac number looks amazing. My take is that Surface is a little soft, and the China number missed the estimate we have here on the Bloomberg terminal. But at the same time, that is, pretty nice growth on an annual basis, where they were sort of, I guess, in the toilet in China a couple years ago and last year, but they've totally rebounded there. It's going to be interesting to see how the foldable iPhone performs there as a status symbol, well north of $2,000. So I think it's going to be a hot product there, especially because foldables are taking over the smartphone market in China.
Yeah, I know you're going to buy a foldable phone as soon as
Of course I am. I'll be first in line.
So is it the light services in China that's moving the stock lower? I mean,
Yes.
I know stock was up to more than 22% going into this print.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, they smashed Mac, right? But I don't think investors have fully grasped the importance of the Mac at this point. I mean, it sort of feels like an afterthought compared to the iPhone and the iPad. The iPad is always light. Wearables have been light for a couple of years now because they haven't really done a ton there. But that is going to accelerate big time over the next 3 years with these AI devices. Glasses are going to shoot those numbers up.
You think people will buy those?
I do. I think you'll buy them too.
Well, tell me about them.
Well, they're going Apple is not going necessarily after the smartphone market. They're looking to create glasses that people want to wear, just like the Apple Watch replaced the traditional watch market. They think that their smart glasses are going to replace sort of the low end to mid-tier glasses market, not the Maison Bonnets of the world, but the Essilor Luxotticas of the world. So they're really going to go after those brands there. It'll have cameras built in. It'll do all the stuff that Meta does, but a little bit more premium and Apple-y because it'll integrate with your iPhone, whereas they've really held back iPhone integration with the Meta glasses over the past couple of years.
Do they actually create something that is, competitive in terms of share at the company that moves the needle in terms of the iPhone? Does something else finally come over in terms of contributing more to the bottom line and the top line?
I think Turnus will be CEO for the next 15 years unless, again, something goes wrong that we're not expecting. And someone asked me earlier today on one of the programs, what's going to be the most important product in Turnus's tenure? And I, to their surprise, said the iPhone. I think it's going to be the case that we're always going to carry something in our pocket. The iPhone or something like it is always going to be at the center of everything. And then we're going to be augmented by glasses, watches, earbuds, you name it. But at some point, there will be a transition to be had. I just don't see it anytime in the near future.
Has Apple given up on the Vision Pro?
Has Apple given up on the Vision Pro? It's on the back burners of all back burners at this point. There's a revamped version that's lighter in development. I don't anticipate it before the end of 28 or early 29. Could go further back from that because they have been heavily prioritizing this glasses push. Smart glasses with no display, smart glasses with AR display. They've got a long roadmap of multiple generations ahead of both of those categories, and you'll see them introduce the glasses strategy as early as June of next year.
What do you want to hear on the call?
I want to hear about the memory shortage. I know it's not sexy, but investors are interested in that. I want to hear about Tim Cook's thoughts on how the transition is going. Most importantly, I want to hear Turnus's vision for Apple. Are we going to hear that on this call? Are we going to hear that on the next call? Probably not. These guys don't really say anything.
I'm laughing because, you shared with us earlier about John Turnus and Tim Cook being dressed identically. His vision is going to be whatever Tim Cook says the vision is.
Is it going to be? Is it?
Is that what it's going to be?
Yeah.
No, I think that, he's going to come in and make major changes to the company, just like, Steve Jobs, arguably one of the greatest CEOs and visionaries of all time. Tim Cook came in there. It's not like he took a wrecking ball, but he shook things up pretty quickly. He was the one who instated the buyback program. He was the one who instated environmental initiatives. He was the one who instated tons of new product lines. And you can bet Turnus is going to do the same thing. And so we'll see how long that takes, but he's not going to come on and say he's going to do things differently than his predecessor. He's going to go on and say how incredible Tim Cook has done. And even if I do half of what you do, it'll be a success.
Yeah.
So
$5 trillion market cap, pretty close to it. Expectations were high going into this print. What's the question that, if you were able to ask a question on the call today, what would it be?
If I were able to answer or ask a question, I would straight up ask Turnus, what is your vision for the future of this company? How are you going to get to this next stage of growth? And how are you going to create an AI devices strategy? Well, the good news is I don't get a question because the bad news is he wouldn't answer that.
and just I was keeping track, that was 3 questions.
Well, I'm a journalist.
That's what these analysts do too.
But if he's not going to answer a question about vision, and you kind of know that, what else would you want to know?
I would want to drill down into his operational expertise and get his viewpoint as someone who's not from the operations department about the memory shortage, how long he sees that running for, and what work is going on internally to solve that other than just hiking prices.
What do analysts say about that? Do they all say 2030?
I don't mean to be rude, but they're just making it up. It's just guesses because nobody knows for sure, and anyone who tells you they know for sure is just making it up.
Could Apple go to China and do...
I believe they are. They're working with YMTC, CXMT.
And is that moving the needle for them?
It'll move the needle for them in one of their biggest markets, which is China. Some of the senators and other lawmakers in the U.S. seem to think that it's going to start in China, and then they'll start putting Chinese memory in iPhones sold globally, and that's all very scary for a lot of people. But then I think about it and I realize, am I really that scared of Chinese memory in my phone when my phone is built in China? What is really the big difference there?
Great point. Hey, on component inflation, I just want to mention Ian King on the live blog saying, looking at Apple's costs, important in a time of component inflation. The cost of product sales went up 8%. Revenue went up 18%. That shows some strength in supply chain management, the hallmark of Cook's tenure as it comes to a close, which feeds to you want to know what the new guy's going to do, right?
Exactly.
In terms of operational and the supply chain.
All right, Mark Gurman's got to go.
Double
I
dose
guess
of
he's
Mark
gotta
Gurman.
Fly back to LA or something.
Got to get on the live blog.
Okay. Oh, get on the live blog.
Got
That's
the
what you
Apple
got to
earnings
do.
call in 4 minutes.
All right, get out of here. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
We love you.
Yes.
And we are so glad you're here in New York. That's Mark Gurman. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. Check out the live blog.
Yes.
It's chock full of information, not just from Mark, but from the entire team who's been covering this. Ian King is in there. We got Bloomberg Intelligence dropping knowledge in there as well. Check it out. It's T-Live on the terminal.
In case you're just joining us, the Apple call is just minutes away from starting with the analyst community. It does so with the stock down about 4.3% here in the aftermarket. And this is coming on some disappointment about China revenue, China sales. The results somewhat disappointing for China and services unit. Specifically, its services business this last quarter. Sales grew slower than anticipated in China and for the services businesses. So those are two key markets important to the company. So those were some disappointing reasons and might be why we're seeing the stock down in the aftermarket.
Yeah, just to put some numbers on those points, revenue from services came in at $30.7 billion. I mean, that's still huge. That's for a quarter.
The law of large numbers when it comes to something like Apple.
The projection was $31.4 billion. China sales amounted to $18.8 billion. That's well short of the $19.6 billion estimated by analysts. Shares down in the after hours by about 4.3%. They were up more than 22% going into this print. Best performing Mag 7 name this year, Apple.
It's like deja vu all over again because we had Meta and Microsoft yesterday. Meta was down big time in the aftermarket. Microsoft rallied. We're seeing Apple under pressure. Let's go to the other Mag 7 that reported after the close. We're talking about Amazon. That stock is up about 8% here in the aftermarket after it reported cloud computing revenue that beat analyst estimates, booming demand for AI services, accelerating sales for the fifth straight quarter. Revenue jumped 37% to $42.2 billion at Amazon Web Services. Again, another name, another company when it comes to the law of large numbers. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
One,
Stock is
2,
rallying.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Who's missing? NVIDIA. We'll get that later on in August.
Mag 7 still a thing, Carol?
It's a big thing.
Is it?
And we'll see how this carries over into, the Friday trade. What a week it's been, folks. That's going to do it for Tim and me. Have a good and safe evening. Stick around, though. Balance of Power starts now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Tonight, big tech's divide. Apple and Amazon deliver another split verdict on big tech earnings. Amazon shares climb as growth at its AWS cloud business delivers a fifth straight quarter of growth, while Apple slips amid slower than expected China sales. Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow is standing by with more. Plus, Senate standoff. President Trump threatens to temporarily pull his attorney general nominee rather than yield to two Republican senators blocking the confirmation and renominate him once they're out of office. The escalating fight exposing new fractures between Trump and his party on Capitol Hill. And escalating conundrum, the U.S. unleashes another major round of strikes on Iran after President Trump vowed to hit Tehran hard. We'll ask former Defense Secretary Mark Esper whether the latest strikes can force Iran back to the negotiating table or risk pulling the U.S. deeper into a widening regional war. From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew.
We've got Bloomberg reporters standing by across Washington and around the country to cover these stories. Thanks for joining us as we kick things off now with two critical earnings releases after the bell, with fresh quarterly results from both Apple and Amazon. Amazon first out of the gate with stronger than expected revenue from its web services unit, which was enough to offset a lower than expected revenue forecast and set the stock up sharply. As we can see here in after hours trading up about 8%. Apple, meantime, posting stronger than expected revenue and earnings, but it missed estimates on services and its China business. And that stock is lower after the bell, down almost 5%. For more, we turn to Ed Ludlow, the host of Bloomberg Tech. Just like last night, Ed, we've got quite the contrast with these two reports.
Yes, and with Apple, there is the added tension and story of this being Tim Cook's last earnings and call as CEO before he becomes executive chair September 1st. What happened in Greater China? What accounts for the miss? It was a slight miss. The bigger story is probably how different is the world going to look for Apple in 3 months relative to today? Gross margins came in 2 percentage points better than the street had modeled for because of tariff refunds. If you strip those out, it didn't really mask the impact of higher memory prices, but also tight supply on memory. Will they have an answer for that going forward? How will that impact the bottom line going forward? Otherwise, a relatively clean beat where iPhone comes in strong, and for Apple, iPhone is still everything. In Amazon, it was the AI story that has been consistent in this earnings window. Show us the cloud growth, and in AWS, 37% was beyond street consensus. There's a lot more in that. Just as we've discussed over the last few days, Amazon gave lots of data points of where their AI is getting traction in the real world. The AI business has a $25 billion run rate. Their chip business, where they rent out cloud capacity, but specifically running on their in-house silicon, a $25 billion run rate. Even Alexa, and I'm an Alexa household, is showing that those that use Alexa Plus, the latest AI iteration, are doing other things in the Amazon ecosystem and signing up for Prime. So this is a strong reaction to that print, but do we get CapEx guidance that's forward-looking? We didn't from Meta, and that was a big factor for the call.
Yeah, we'll be looking out for the headlines from that call. And obviously, these two names that are going to take up a lot of the oxygen. But we did get a number of other reports after the bell, including from Rivian, which is a company I know you followed from the very beginning. Are they finally turning things around?
The losses are narrowing, and they finally launched their mass market product in the quarter, the R2. The question is, when does that become meaningful? When does it help them with profit? When do they start selling those more than their expensive, lower volume products? I spoke to the CFO.
The joint venture represents about 60% of our software and services revenue. That will decrease over time, especially as we introduce advanced autonomy and into a growing car park and see additional sales of software features to our customers. So today we have a Fleet OS subscription, for example, to every one of our commercial vans that we sell to Amazon. And that creates a recurring high margin revenue stream that's quite predictable for the business.
I play that clip because the Rivian software and services business is growing faster than the actual car business. They're getting a lot of helping hands from payments that VW is making to them to take their software and other technologies. But there is a world where Rivian is kind of putting itself into the same mold as Tesla, becoming more multifaceted and getting some traction. By the way, they've actively tapped the equity market in the quarter. When I asked Claire McDonough if they do it again, she said, sure, we're always opportunistic.
All right, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow will let you hop on those calls now. Thank you so much for your coverage. And now for a closer look at how the broader markets performed today, we turn now to Power Moves with Bloomberg's Nora Melinda, who joins live from World Headquarters in New York. Nora?
Well, markets completely changing their tune from what we saw just yesterday. We do see Microsoft completely changing sentiment in the market, pushing major indexes higher. We saw the Nasdaq 100 getting a pop above a 3% gain on the day. Most of the gains in the market on Wall Street were due to tech. I'm taking a look at the Philadelphia Semiconductors Index. That index higher by 8% on the day. That's the best day that we've seen for that group since April of last year. We saw the S&P 500 ending higher by about 1.7%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the laggard, up about 1.2%. But of course, we also have to keep an eye on what's going on in the Middle East. We did see oil pulling back a bit today. We are seeing Brent crude lower by about 1.5%, hanging around $89 a barrel, while WTI is sitting at around $83 a barrel. And the Fed meeting being one of the highlights of the week, we know that that's really been impacting the bond market. The Fed keeping rates unchanged yesterday, and we are seeing yields falling at the front end of the curve. But if you look at some of those longer dated bonds, like the 30-year Treasury yield, we are seeing that, of course, seeing its 18th day in a row with that yield sitting above 5%, still sitting at its highest level since 2007.
Nora, one of the top read stories all day on the terminal was about situational awareness. And this was all the talk in the trading pits today. This 25-year-old, a former OpenAI employee named Leopold Aschenbrenner, had one of the biggest hedge funds, certainly most popular, had more than $20 billion in assets as of late May, falling to about $10 billion, to the point where Citadel stepped in to buy the bulk of its public stock bets. This is quite the story of a margin call. That it had something to do with all of these AI stocks being lower the last couple weeks?
Well, it's really interesting to see a hedge fund that's really been delving into that AI bet, really seeing and taking it to the chin due to that AI unwind that we've been seeing in the market. The market really trying to decide whether or not it wants to bet on the artificial intelligence of the future and whether or not these companies are actually able to keep up with the spending that they're doing there. But we are seeing situational awareness really being targeted in this moment in terms of what it means in terms of the money that they are spending. And a lot of those names that have been the laggards there, we are seeing money just pouring out of this company. As you mentioned, Citadel stepping in to help facilitate this exit. This is essentially just one of those stories of AI enthusiasm getting checked. And of course, here by one of those most high profile names that a lot of Wall Street is keeping an eye on.
Remarkable turn of fortune here. Bloomberg's Nora Melinda. Thank you so much, Nora. Back here in Washington, where news spread fast after President Trump suggested temporarily pulling Todd Blanche's nomination to be Attorney General after the Senate Judiciary Committee canceled the confirmation vote that was set for this morning. As two outgoing members we've talked about a lot lately, Senators John Cornyn and Thom Tillis, withheld their support over demands for written proof that the president's proposed anti-weaponization fund is officially dead. President Trump threatening on Truth Social earlier, quote, "I have no objection to temporarily withdrawing Todd's name if they do not do the right thing," and putting him back after Cornyn and Tillis are out of office, unquote. Joining us now for more, Bloomberg Justice Department reporter Chris Strom. It's great to see you, Chris, and thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. What does this mean? Todd Blanche is acting to infinity?
Well, it's really astounding that President Trump would talk about withdrawing Blanche's nomination. Blanche is somebody who has done everything that Trump wants and more. And it appears that Trump is more interested in protecting his ability to have immunity from investigations and audits than he is in fighting for Todd Blanche. But yeah, if he withdraws the nomination, Todd Blanche will continue on as an acting attorney general. And Trump says that he could come back when the new Congress convenes in January to try to get him confirmed. But there's no guarantee. We don't know what the new Congress is going to look like.
Right.
And there's no guarantee the senators will go along with it then.
Yeah, Cornyn and Tillis could very well be replaced by Democrats. So it begs the question, Chris, of how long under our law he could serve in an acting capacity before the president would be forced to nominate someone new.
It's unprecedented. We've never had a situation where we've had an attorney general who's been in an acting capacity for a indefinite period of time. And it raises questions of whether if there could be legal challenges to certain actions that he takes. As of right now, I'm told that negotiations are still ongoing to try to reach a deal by next week. Blanche and Cornyn and Tillis just had a meeting. I'm told that they're working through their differences, but we've heard that for days. There's been no breakthrough. The real test will be over the weekend if they can reach an agreement. They could come back on next week and go through the confirmation process before the Senate adjourns. But at this point, it doesn't look good.
Wow. We don't know what DOJ presented them today, right? That there was new language, some sort of half measure that would suggest anti-weaponization is still alive?
Yeah, well, right now, Blanche is making concessions that he can make. Yeah. The Justice Department has agreed to put in writing that the weaponization fund will be rescinded, but Cornyn and Tillis want much more than that. They want to go into the immunity for the IRS audits. Understood. And they want to limit the scope and the reach of the immunity, and also the ability for other agencies to do investigations. And at this point, Blanche isn't conceding to that.
All right, Bloomberg's Chris Strom, thank you so much. And while we heard from President Trump about Todd Blanche today, he has not signaled whether tonight could bring another round of strikes against Iran after the U.S. launched a heavy wave of airstrikes overnight Wednesday in retaliation for Iran's attacks on U.S. assets in the Middle East. Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Jeff Mason, who's live at the North Lawn of the White House. So, Jeff, should we take the fact that we haven't heard more threats from the president to take further action against Iran, that there may not be fresh strikes this evening?
Oh, you know what? It's hard to decide. It's hard to say what to take from the signals coming from this White House because they just changed so much on this war, and they changed so much coming from President Trump. That said, you're absolutely right to point out that he didn't flag it today, and he had the previous day when he said it was our turn, referring to the U.S. turn after Iran sent multiple ballistic missiles in the Middle East trying to hit U.S. targets. All of those missiles were intercepted, but the response came swiftly. Last night, U.S. Central Command or CENTCOM saying that it had targeted and hit multiple targets within Iran, and it's just another example, Kaylee, of increasing escalation in the last few days, despite what looked like a temporary pause over the weekend that now is, again, up in the air and hard to predict.
You know, Jeff, we were just talking with Chris Strom about this situation with Todd Blanche. The president was out on Truth Social early to bark at senators for not making this happen, specifically Tom Tillis and John Cornyn. He's suggesting pulling the nomination. So we've got another acting official here potentially in place for a lot longer than some expected. And that's been a bit of a model for this president, hasn't it?
It absolutely has been a model. He hasn't used it a bunch in the second term, but he used it a lot during his first term. He even had an acting chief of staff for a long time, in part because he just didn't want to fully commit to that person. So the acting model is certainly one that the president uses. I would also take maybe a slightly different take on what he's doing here from Chris. I don't think necessarily that the president is saying he doesn't want to fight for Todd Blanche by making this move. I think he probably is looking at the political reality that he can't get Todd Blanche confirmed right now, and that's the reason he's waiting. But I don't think that means he doesn't want him. Chris was absolutely right to point out that we don't know what the political situation is going to be after the election, but the president may be betting on at least having a Republican Senate and a couple more new friendly voices in that conglomeration that would help him get Blanche over the finish line.
Remarkable. Once again, Jeff, thank you so much. Quite a day at the White House, even though we never really saw the president. Coming up, Iran vowing to punish the U.S. again after a wave of overnight strikes, and we'll have more on the escalation against Iran when former Defense Secretary Mark Esper joins us, only here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:14 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Apple conference call underway. Apple shares extending their slump now to 5%. Sales grew slower than analysts anticipated last quarter in China and its services business as well, sparking concerns about two key markets. Though total revenue topped analyst estimates, the China sales amounted to $18.8 billion in the fiscal third quarter, well short of the $19.6 billion estimated by analysts. After hours, we got Amazon up by roughly 7%. It reported cloud computing revenue that beat analyst estimates. Anurag Rana is senior tech analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He's been focused on AWS.
Much better than what I would have expected. I mean, going from to 37 in constant currency is phenomenal just because the size of this business is so large. I mean, it's so much bigger than Oracle and so much bigger than Google, but that's a very big beat, frankly.
Anurag Rana of Bloomberg Intelligence. Indeed, we're looking at Amazon shares after hours now extending their gain, just popping higher, up now to 9.3%. An update today for the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ Composite Index. Perhaps the big story, though, we had bargain hunters coming in to buy chip stocks. The stocks today up by 8.2%. That helped boost the NASDAQ 100 index by 3.4%. NASDAQ Composite up 2.8% today. S&P now at 7437, up 1.7%. Dow Industrials up 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
We're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. They know it's coming. They're asking us not to do it, but, they tried shooting. So we had 5 rockets shot going 8,500 miles an hour, and all 5 rockets were knocked down to the ground. But they nevertheless took a shot, so it's our turn. And we'll see if we get there with an agreement.
It's our turn. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. That, of course, was President Trump. And that was just about 24 hours ago, warning Iran of increased strikes shortly before launching a heavy wave of attacks against the country overnight. This evening, the conflict with Iran risks engulfing ever more countries as the war widens after Jordan's state media reported the country shot down 5 missiles launched from Iran today, coming after the U.S. thwarted an attack on U.S. personnel in Jordan earlier this week. Separately, 2 LNG tankers struck in Egypt, all a day after Saudi Arabia committed fighter jets to strike Iranian-backed targets in Iraq. So how did we get here after talks of a potential ceasefire just a few weeks ago? And what comes next? Joining us now is Mark Esper, the former defense secretary in the first Trump administration, now partner at Red Cell Ventures. Secretary, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It seems every couple days we're adding another country to the list. How big will this get?
Yeah, well, first of all, good to be with you, Joe, and Kaylee this afternoon. Look, I think you're asking a very important question. Clearly, this conflict is now escalating horizontally and vertically, by the way. Horizontally, in a sense, as you mentioned, Egypt was struck today, and not just the Suez Canal, but the Mediterranean port of Egypt. So it was quite a long shot and did some damage, and it's expanded eastward as far as the Caspian Sea. And we also know today that the Saudis stood up a 14-member maritime security alliance, which includes all the right folks you would expect, Arab states, but what it doesn't include, or what it also included, were countries in Africa, such as Sudan and Nigeria. So again, this conflict is expanding, and at the same time, it's getting more intense. We just came off, 12, 13, 14 days of airstrikes by the president, and the Iranians, acting on their own against Jordan. So long days ahead, and I don't see an end anytime soon either, Joe.
Well, Mr. Secretary, as you talk about the horizontal escalation, let's focus on the vertical escalation. How many rungs are left on the vertical escalation ladder for the U.S. to climb?
Well, there are multiple, but we know there are several we don't want to take, and those that we don't want to take are clearly ground troops, whether it's on Karg Island or whether it's just opposite where the strait is narrowest, or even deep into Iran. But we could escalate back to the levels that we saw at the beginning of the conflict in late February, early March, where we're striking deep into Iran, heavy ordnance into Tehran and other places. You would have Israel join back into the fight. And to me, that would be going up a couple more rungs of that ladder when you see that again.
Well, so the president talks about finishing this the easy way or the hard way. Whether you believe there's a credible negotiation underway or not, Secretary, I'm curious what you think the hard way looks like. Is there, in fact, a military option that would end this?
I don't think there is a military option from the air, Joe. I think if he wants to put ground troops on the ground, clearly you could do that. That would be decisive, but that would take a long time to build up that combat power, and clearly that comes with a lot of risks. And I think that's something we would want to do with allies and partners. So I've argued at this point, given how much resilience and endurance that the Iranians have shown, I would strangle them economically. I think the blockade is the right thing to do, but I think we should also blockade them on all entry points, ground and air as well, around that country, and strangle them. We know that through the Strait, they were receiving from oil sales about $435 million a year, and that was about an overwhelming majority of their revenue coming in, but they're getting revenue from other sources. It's a pretty well diversified economy. And so I think if you can shut that down, then you can prevent them from rebuilding their military. You can prevent them from funding the proxies. You can prevent them from buying weapons abroad, like we've heard they may be doing from China with 300 to 400 shoulder-fired missiles. So to me, you should strangle them. It would take a long time. It would take patience and discipline on our side. And of course, it would mean higher energy costs for everybody around the world. But to me, that is the option I would pursue. And I would throw in, of course, strikes against strategic targets, principally the IRGC, because the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is clearly running the show right now in Tehran.
You say that strangling them would take more time. Would it also take more assets from the United States, more personnel deployed to the Middle East, or would we be able to do that with what already is in theater?
Well, look, I think we should expand this, Kaylee. I think it has to be internationalized. It has to include our Asian partners and certainly our European partners. And if you look, there's 6 or 7 countries that surround Iran. Surely we can get the support of Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan. The stands will be a little bit more challenging, but I think we have to employ all those assets. We have to globalize this conflict because it's affecting international commerce. It's affecting the principle of freedom of the sea. It's affecting global energy prices. We're taking this on too much of ourselves, or to a lesser extent with Israel. So I think it's time to globalize it and then think about, again, a broader set of sanctions, blockading the entire country, squeezing them economically.
I want to ask you about what's happening in Ukraine, Secretary. As Ukraine strikes deeper into Russia, Russia is proving to be formidable with massive missile attacks on civilian targets in Kyiv. It's not the first time we've seen it, but it only seems to get worse. And today, my goodness, a spare missile landing in Poland, believed to be Russian, leading NATO jets to be scrambled. Is this an Article 5 conversation? Is this escalating in Ukraine?
I don't think so, and I don't think it should over this, Joe. We've had this happen before. The Russians, either they have a malfunction or something like that. I recall a couple years ago when we thought it was a Russian missile. It was actually a Ukrainian air defense missile. But in this case, it was a Russian cruise missile, according to the Polish leader. It hit somewhere like 60 miles within Polish territory, and it went way off course. So I don't think this is an Article 5 issue. I think it should be discussed. I think there should be warnings sent to Moscow once again. But look, I think what you're seeing is Moscow is trying to break the back and break the will of the Ukrainian people. They're not going to do that. And at the same time, we know that the Ukrainians may have turned the corner with regard to the Russians strategically by doing, as you said, striking deep into Russia, hitting their energy supplies, their refineries, their industrial bases, and really bringing this conflict home to the Russian people in a way that we haven't seen in, 4+ years. So hopefully at some point this will bring Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table.
Well, Ukraine also, and the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, expressed that in D.C. when he was here for Lindsey Graham's funeral this week, desperately needs interceptors. They want more Patriots if they can have them. So long as we're mired in the Middle East, though, Mr. Secretary, are they going to be able to get them?
I don't think so, Kaylee, unless they reprioritize current stock loads. You know, there's some countries that have a pretty healthy supply. I'm told that Greece, for example, has a good supply and is not, like a Baltic state, a frontline state that has to be concerned about Russian missiles. So the question is, can you reallocate those stockpiles between NATO allies? Maybe there's some Asian allies as well that could give it up. But look, production lines for a Patriot missile, and I worked for a major defense company for several years, years ago. It takes up to 2 years to build at a cost of $4 million each. So we can expend these missiles in a matter of minutes, but it takes, months, if not years, to rebuild. So that supply chain is going to take a long time, despite whatever efforts DoD has underway to kind of build it up and to expand capacity.
All right, Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. The former defense secretary in the first Trump administration, Mark Esper. We appreciate it. Now, we do have some breaking news just crossing the terminal. The Amazon earnings call, of course, is underway, and the CEO, Andy Jassy, has just given us some forward guidance on CapEx. Amazon is expecting to spend $220 billion on CapEx in the year 2026. No surprise, Jassy says that is mostly on AI. This is an upward revision from the company's previous CapEx guidance. They had guided before around $200 billion. All that said, they don't seem to be getting punished for it, as we have seen sometimes in the past. Amazon shares right now up 8.5% roughly after hours, Joe.
Not bad. It's pulling back a touch from the highs that we've seen after the bell, but clearly the amazing number for AWS is what has traders' attention, and maybe they're looking ahead to 2027 for another number that might give us a little bit more guidance. But this is a good sign for a market that's been pretty jittery when it comes to CapEx.
Indeed, and of course there's been jitters in the equity market, there's been jitters in the bond market as well, and that sent mortgage rates to the highest in a year this week on inflation concerns. We'll get into that with Heather Boucher, formerly of the Council of Economic Advisors, next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:26 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on Amazon shares up by 8.5%. Amazon now saying 2026 capex will be $220 billion. The previous number, $200 billion. We're also watching Apple shares after hours. They are now slumping by roughly 5%. Apple sales grew slower than analysts anticipated last quarter in China. Apple third quarter iPhone revenue overall $54.25 billion. Estimates were for $53.6 billion. Tony Wong is portfolio manager at T. Rowe Price. He was a guest on Bloomberg The Close. He told us he does see benefits from Apple upgrades.
I think this upgrade program that they're putting in place could be really powerful. I think that people have been keeping their iPhones by about quite extended amount of time, and so this can nudge the upgrades for a better experience for consumers, and then also they can essentially refurbish those phones when they're traded in.
Tony Wong of T. Rowe Price. Again, Apple after hours down now by roughly 5%. S&P up 1.7%. NASDAQ 100 today up by 3.4%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Scattered showers will gradually taper off and come to an end tonight. Lows will drop down to 60 to 65. Sunshine will develop during the day tomorrow, though there may be a stray shower tomorrow afternoon, high 75 to 80. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy near 65. Saturday looks partly sunny, warm, 80 to 85. Sunday, sun fades as clouds increase, we're 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carrollin with your weekend forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. U.S. mortgage rates hit their highest level in a year today, with the average for a 30-year fixed loan climbing to 6.66%, following Fed Chair Kevin Warsh's news conference yesterday, which sent long-end yields to the highest since 2007. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett joined Bloomberg earlier today to weigh in on Warsh's performance on rates and the weaker data we got this morning. Listen.
I think he's a realist, but he's really serious about getting inflation back to its target. That's his job. He's a very, very pragmatic person who understands the responsibility of the Fed is a dual mandate, and the part of the mandate that's been out of control recently is inflation. And most of that was not the Fed's fault.
They went around the horn earlier today with Mr. Hassett. You can catch the full conversation with the National Economic Council Director on the terminal or online. Joining us now with her take on the economic picture is Heather Boucher, former member of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Biden administration. And Heather, I'm curious your thoughts as you watched this Fed meeting yesterday, knowing what policymakers were up against, whether that was the opportunity to hike, and the visceral reaction from Wall Street. Is Kevin Warsh ready for prime time?
Well, that's a great question. That's a question to ask him and the president. But I mean, here's the thing.
the fact that markets responded the way they did indicates that they didn't think that his approach to what he was saying about where the monetary authorities were going had as much credibility as I think Kevin, the chair, hoped it would. I mean, everyone can see that prices are going up. We just got new data today, and given that the war is back on with Iran and tariffs are up, this is creating a challenge for the Federal Reserve, and they're going to have to act on it. And him hiding the ball and not being clear about that does not seem to have gone over very well.
Well, so when we consider then the question of Kevin Warsh's credibility, that does seem to be what the market was contending with yesterday and into today, as well as we heard from Morgan Stanley's chief economist, Michael Gapin, earlier today on Bloomberg Surveillance. This is what he told our colleagues, Heather.
I think Fed credibility took a hit yesterday. It doesn't mean it's not recoverable. I just think in the outcome of the meeting was we're not sure what you're doing. So yes, I thought you might be credible in this direction. I got a different message. I do think credibility suffered a bit. It's not permanent. But to your question on intent, again, if you don't fill a gap with your view, other views will go in it. Whether they're right or wrong, we'll ultimately see.
On the question he got to, Heather, about whether or not this is recoverable, is the only way to recover from it to hike rates?
Well, that is a good question. Certainly what we are seeing is an economy where there's a lot of concerns about inflation. We got data today that shows that it has not been accelerating over the past quarter using the Fed's preferred rate, but it remains too high. And again, the administration keeps taking actions that are raising costs for families, that are making things like gas and electricity and other things more expensive for people all across the country, alongside healthcare and things like this, and making it hard for wages to keep up with the pace of price increases. So that all seems like a big problem. On the other hand, we have a labor market that is not, it's not in the tank, but is certainly not as robust as we would like. And again, wages are failing to keep up with inflation. So I think the Fed is in a difficult situation, but they clearly are not communicating their intentions, and that is upending markets.
Well, so what do you think about this bond fire underway here, Heather Boucher? 5.2% on the 30-year, the highest we've seen in almost 20 years. A reaction simply to Warsh yesterday or more?
Well, I think, under some of your questions is really what's going on with the fundamentals of the economy. And I think, there's a lot of conversations that we're having here in Washington that I'm hearing every day is what's happening with AI, what's happening with this investment. Big questions. What is that going to do to the job market? But really, what is that doing to investment? How much of capital is being sucked into these investments in AI? And will that lead to the kind of productivity gains that we would like to see without the kinds of job losses that we don't want to see? So we're at this moment where there's a lot of questions on the technology side. There's also a lot of questions in terms of where this government is headed, what they will do, and what's going to happen with global energy prices. I think the news, the segment that you had right before this one on the war, what is happening there and what that does to global energy prices and how long this lasts remains an unknown shock that the economy is going to have to weather through.
Well, and of course, the Fed, with its tools, aren't necessarily best positioned to respond to a supply side shock like that. If they do indeed tighten policy because of inflation that's being driven in large part by higher energy prices, is that just going to tumble us potentially into stagflation at the least and a recession at the worst?
Well, Kayla, you're laying out some real worst case scenarios here, and I think that is the problem. The Fed is, the central banks have really big and important tools. They can, they have control over financial stability. They have control over interest rates, the cost of borrowing. But what they don't control is all of the other things that have to do with our supply chains. And these are lessons that we've learned over the past few years, both how fragile and how brittle supply chains can be, how difficult it can be to get things up and running again, and importantly, how energy shocks work their way through the economy. So yes, the Fed does have some tools to deal with this, but as I keep coming back to, this is also about what the administration is doing. The administration itself is raising prices for consumers. It's creating real tough choices. Families have spent on average around $500 over the past year on higher energy prices because of the war in Iran. You add to that all the people who've seen, now their mortgage rates are going up. We already know housing is a problem, but of course, health insurance costs going up because of the cutbacks and supports to families. All of this means that people don't have money to spend on other sorts of goods and services. So you have to have the fiscal authorities working with the monetary authorities. And I think that's where we've seen real challenges and lack of clarity. So it isn't just at the Fed, it is with this administration more generally.
Important headline from overseas late today, Heather, with the yen up over 3% here on signs of intervention. The Nikkei says Japan indeed intervened in the market again. In the foreign exchange market, citing market participants, U.S. authorities are requesting quotes now on the dollar-yen rate. What does this tell you, and how would you have handled this if you were still in the White House?
Well, fortunately, that wasn't my portfolio, so I would not have been dealing with the international exchange rate issues. But I think this speaks to this larger question, which is when you have a country as big as the United States, as economically important as we are, acting in a way that is so often inconsistent. We were talking a few minutes ago before the segment started. You never know one day to the next what our foreign economic policy will look like, what tariffs will look like. That makes it harder for everyone else to ensure stability across markets.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure that the U.S. Treasury is going to have something to say about this if indeed this was intervention. We know Scott Bessent has had some pretty strong feelings about that. Heather, of course, as you talk about, you never know what's coming one day to the next. It definitely is true for tariff policy, which is what we were discussing prior to the segment. We obviously have higher tariff rates going back in to replace rates that were expiring. What is really the net effect of these on economic behavior at this point, as we are seeing, obviously, inflation being driven by the Middle East? Has it necessarily been because of the tariffs as well?
Well, I think what we've seen is that tariffs have added to the problem. They're adding to price increases for consumers, but also for businesses. And one of the things we know is that it's difficult for firms to readjust their supply chains on a dime. It requires time and investment, domestic investment. One of the things that popped out to me from today's new report on GDP is that factory construction is falling and is down below its peak of a couple, maybe 6 quarters ago. I can't remember exactly. And I mean, that's an important indicator of how U.S. investors and U.S. firms are dealing with the supply side shocks that they're seeing in terms of the tariffs. It's going to take them time to build up that capacity domestically. But of course, we know the administration has been cutting back on supports for that kind of investment in a variety of ways. The President Trump's administration, of course, has admitted that they have cut back grants for investments in energy in states that did not vote for him, which is an incredible abdication of your responsibility as a federal policymaker in so many ways. So for the tariffs cause this chaos without the supports and the help that communities need, that businesses need to make the investments so that people can get the things that they need from the market. So again, it's a chaotic way to implement this. Even if you think there's some good at the end of the day, which it's unclear because so often, just like this round of tariffs, they appear more capricious than they do grounded in sound economic thinking.
All right, Heather Boushey, former member of the Council of Economic Advisors in the Biden administration. Thank you so much. And on the subject of tariffs, the Amazon earnings call is underway, and the CFO just said Amazon received $600 million in tariff refunds in the second quarter and are issuing automated tariff refunds to some of its customers. But that's not the big headline out of the earnings call. It's instead the CapEx number. $220 billion in CapEx is what Amazon is expecting this year, most of that on AI. Joining us now for more on that is Ed Ludlow, once again, the host of Bloomberg Tech. So, Ed, what else are we learning, not just from Amazon's call, but Apple's as well?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon, that is the big headline. They told us CapEx was $200 billion. They've added $20 billion to that, and with more detail that is largely being spent on AI. Remember, Amazon's business is multifaceted. It is an e-commerce business with which we're very familiar, and the tariffs largely relate probably to that e-commerce business. Then there's the cloud business. It's not the majority of revenue, but it's the majority of operating income. And it's there where this CapEx is really going. So it's a big headline. And what's changed since we spoke at the top of the show is that Amazon's gain in after hours has really accelerated, and Apple's decline has really accelerated and deepened to a drop of almost 8%, now beyond 7%. Apple, the headline's very different. We posed the question, how difficult is the world going to look for Apple in 3 months relative to now? Well, we have some information on that. Fiscal fourth quarter revenue is going to be growth of 9 to 11%. The street wanted to hear Apple say that growth would be beyond 12%. And what Tim Cook's talking about is that actually memory prices that he's going to be paying, or not him actually, he's stepping down as CEO, right, effective September 1st, but Apple's going to be paying will be higher, and they're trying to manage those supply constraints. But guys, no sentimentality for Tim Cook's final call. He had an opportunity to say his farewell, but the stock's down a lot.
Amazing. So what, we've had 4 of the big 7 so far, the Mag 7, Ed, and we're 2 and 2?
5. We've had Tesla. We still have Nvidia to come.
That's right.
Maybe
that's
6
right, because we had
out of 7.
Alphabet.
You know, what is space
math.
and time?
4 in the last 2 days.
That's right.
Yeah.
Than the last 2. But the point is, we've got a pretty mixed picture as we try to figure out where we're going in the next quarter. Maybe we shouldn't be lumping them all into the same group anymore here, huh?
Yeah, look, the 2 metrics that matter still are spending and then the return on that spending. Amazon gave us an even bigger CapEx number for this year. But the stock in after hours did not change trajectory because Amazon had also given us lots of different data points that they're seeing growth in different lines of business related to AI. So AWS is the cloud unit. Overall growth, 37%, was beyond the 31% the street expected. But they also gave us other metrics. For example, their AI business, which is revenues they derive directly from selling AI services. It could be a place where you train or host models like Bedrock, has a revenue run rate of $25 billion. Their chip business, where they have in-house chips, they've developed the silicon themselves, renting computer capacity based on those away from NVIDIA GPUs, much higher margin for them, $25 billion run rate business. This is just all extra. And, you know, we've seen that with the winners. Microsoft gave extra data points, others didn't, and they were punished for it in the after hours.
All right. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. Thank you very much. And still ahead, we'll talk about the massive amount of money Elon Musk could be spending in this year's midterms. A new report that puts a price tag on his renewed political involvement on behalf of Republicans. That and more when our political panel joins next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Wall Street whiplash, the Dow recovering more than half what it lost yesterday as Microsoft boasted the best earnings in 18 years. But Meta's earnings missed its targets as Facebook's parent company lawyers up.
Looming over all of this are legal expenses from high-profile court cases, not to mention the stain on reputation that potentially came from that. And then also severance costs from recent layoffs, which are largely attributed to artificial intelligence.
ABC's Christiane Cordero. Water plants across Minnesota have been hit this week with cyber attacks. The FBI not confirming suspicions by some state and local investigators that Iranian hackers may be to blame for these 30-plus attacks. President Trump saying he may pull Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General, but now we've learned Blanche met today with the 2 Republicans in the Senate blocking him, who are afraid about the IRS immunity deal that Trump put together. This is ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, it's 5:45 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Amazon shares now up by 9.5% in extended trading. Getting word on the conference call that Amazon's going to spend $220 billion on CapEx this year, mostly AI. Amazon previously said 2026 CapEx would be about $200 billion. Booming demand for AI services accelerated sales for the fifth straight quarter. Gil Luria is head of tech research at D.A. Davidson.
This business is now at $170 billion a year run rate. To be growing 37% from 28% last quarter is an incredible acceleration. And that $25 billion of AI revenue, that's real.
Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson interviewed on Bloomberg The Close. And Apple, after hours, down now by 7.2%. Apple sales grew slower than analysts anticipated last quarter in China and its services business. That sparked concerns about two key markets. Again, Apple after hours down 7%. Stocks rebounded today. The SOX was up 8.2%. Techs rallied. NASDAQ 100 index up 3.4%. S&P today up by 1.7%. The Dow today up by 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellett. Balance of Power continues now with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. And that was Elon Musk speaking with Bloomberg in May of 2025. Fast forward to today, in July of 2026, and Musk is reportedly seeing reason to get back in the political game. The Tesla and SpaceX founder and biggest donor in the 2024 presidential election is expected to spend $100 to $120 million over the course of the next several months to help Republicans in this year's midterms, according to the New York Times. The Times reporting, citing people familiar, that Musk has authorized his super PAC, America PAC, to spend that amount on a new field program to promote turnout in at least 8 states, planning to initially target Senate races in Alaska, Iowa, Maine, Michigan, and Ohio. Remember, it was just last year that Musk's Tesla board sought to curb his political involvement as part of a negotiation over a $1 trillion pay package. Musk threatened to quit over the request and was rewarded that pay anyway.
Joining us now, our political panel, Democratic strategist Kristen Hahn is with us, and Mick Mulvaney, former acting chief of staff in Donald Trump's first-term co-founding member of the House Freedom Caucus. Kristen, of course, a partner at Rock Solutions. It's great to see you both. Welcome back.
Hello, Joseph.
$100 million. Elon Musk clearly doesn't think much of the Republican Party. Isn't that like pocket change for him?
You know, for a midterm, that's a pretty decent size number.
I'm kidding, of course.
He's not, by the way, he won't be the only person, I don't think, in the country over $100 million.
No, that's a joke. That's a lot of money. So what happened, though, since he was talking there with the flight jacket on to suddenly now there's a reason?
Man, that was May of 2025. That was ages ago. What are we talking about? I mean, what did he say? He said, I'll do it if I, look, the deal's the deal until it's no longer the deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
he's not making a long-term commitment. He, by the way, what are the chances of him changing his mind before he writes the check for $100 million? 50-50, flip a coin.
Well, does it make you nervous as a Democrat to think that Elon Musk may very well spend $100 million to get people to knock on doors in states you want to win?
No, I mean, there's a lot of money on all sides, right? Everybody has their.
If you could buy elections, everybody would do
individuals
it.
have $1 billion between their party committees, between MAGA Inc., the President's PAC that he hasn't even tapped into
our candidates have also raised a lot of money, and then the DNC is borrowing against the building. Yeah. I mean, the D-Trip is, the HMP, the Senate Majority PAC, House Majority PAC, the Super PAC, Center Forward, other organizations. There's a lot of money coming in on both sides. I think that on campaigns, you saturate the airwaves to a certain point. I think the fact that he's focusing on the ground game is really important. Right?
I just hope he's learned something because, he did this in that very high-profile Wisconsin Supreme Court race. Look, campaigns are a business. They are. It's not something that you just do sort of intuitively. I think he learned this at Doge. Government is the same way. It's its own thing, and you could learn how to do it. And there are people who are really good at it, and there are people who are not really good at it. I hope they do better on this effort than they did in Wisconsin.
In the way they spend the money or the way he presents himself?
No, spend the money.
Okay.
How do you, look, money is really not going to be the issue. She's right. Kristen's right. There's going to be plenty of money on both sides. And the dirty little secret in the business is you don't really need to have more money than the other side to win. You just have enough. You have to have enough money to do the job, and then you have to do it correctly.
And not put yourself right in the middle of it, right? Because he made himself the face of it.
Never forget that.
Right? Like, what are you doing? Just like you said, leave it to the people who know exactly what they're doing on the ground.
Good news for Democrats? Think of the commercials you're going to make of the chainsaw, of what was it again? Bureaucracy, the cheese head, the jumping up and down, the black eye that Scott Bessent gave him, the burning Teslas, the fallout with Trump. Is that the face of can't you have fun with this as a campaigner?
I wouldn't. I mean, if he makes himself the face of it, if he does something super embarrassing in the next, couple months, then maybe there's like we'll do something online that'll be funny and that you can get some views. Okay. But no, this is all about what's affordable. I mean, let's go back to the issues. People still don't trust Democrats that we are, we're offering a good alternative. So. We're not going to focus on Elon Musk. He's not. We're not shifting our entire messaging program away from affordability to Elon.
Why focus on Elon Musk when you can focus on Donald Trump? I mean, look. You beat up on people like that. We've done this before as Republicans as well. When you really don't want to talk about the issues, they want to talk about the issues. The Democrats, they want to talk about affordability. They want to talk about inflation. That's leading their way so far in this cycle. So, by the way, let's look at it this way: if you do see them running ads that feature Elon Musk, it means the other stuff isn't working.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, on the subject of what Democrats want to talk about, they are not a monolith, and sometimes they want to talk about things in different ways, perhaps further from the left and more from the center. We're certainly seeing that on display, Kristen, in Michigan. Yes. We got some new polling out for the Democratic Senate primary from Emerson College. Abdul El-Sayed up 15 points on Haley Stevens, 54 to 39%, and he just runs away with it on those at the younger end of the spectrum. Haley Stevens is only doing better than him with those over 60. Does that make you nervous ahead of Tuesday?
I will eat my words if I'm completely wrong about this, but I have done this before on the show. I think that is wrong. I really do. And I've known Haley for a really long time, and she has surged, over the past month and a half, 6 weeks, right? And then, so I think what you see, there's a lot of money coming into there. He has this very socialist, drives me crazy that people call it the Democratic Socialist Party. I'm like,
and he is not
socialist,
by the way. He is a progressive. He is not a socialist.
He has said that he's not endorsed by them, but they are sending throngs of people in.
I like calling it the Democrat Socialist. I really do.
Of course you do. But no, they're sending everybody in, and they're working on his behalf. Haley does, all people. But there's one thing for sure. Every eye is going to be on Michigan, come Tuesday, and what's going to happen there.
Because this is a real bellwether as opposed to some of the other. This is as purple as you're going to get, isn't it?
It's a bellwether to a certain extent, right? It's more so than those races that happen in New York.
Because we're going to collect a lot of dots on this.
We really care about this Senate seat, right? And he can't win in a general election. I just don't believe that. So it is some sort of bellwether. Now, when you talk about the midterms, it's not like a presidential bellwether. Each candidate is different, in different states and different districts. So if he wins, doesn't mean we're going to lose.
The DSA narrative, though, they're going to connect the dots from New York to Michigan to Colorado to California. You're doing it for me. I don't have to say it.
Fulfills the narrative. But you're right. I think Michigan is, to me, one of the more interesting races for a couple of different reasons. One of which is, and this doesn't get a lot of attention, there's no incumbent. Okay, Maine is a purple state. Sure. Georgia is a purple state. North Carolina is a purple state. Well, North Carolina's a little bit different because Cooper is sort of an incumbent because he was governor. But this is a wide open race. And you don't have that power of incumbency like you have, say, in Maine. So I'm fascinated to hear you say that you don't think that El-Sayed has any chance in a general election because clearly there's a lot of Democrats who think that he does, or at least hoping that he does. I thought I saw some polling that said he was actually not that far behind Rogers in a theoretical matchup. So maybe I'm wrong about that. But no, for all these reasons, Michigan will get a lot of attention.
We could talk more about this, but before we let you go, Mick, I also want to ask you about what's happening with Todd Blanche and his nomination being held up with the standoff between Cornyn and Tillis and the DOJ and perhaps the White House. Does this resolve itself, or is Trump really going to have to table this nomination?
Let me see. Cornyn and Tillis. What do those guys have in common?
They have nothing to lose.
Ask Bill Cassidy.
Exactly right. I mean, these are folks that Donald Trump ran out of the Senate. And I still think it's one of the great miscalculations, one of the few really serious mistakes that this White House has made politically, in that you don't burn your bridges this early. I mean, you have to live with these guys now for the next 6 months, and they have the ability, because the margins are so tight, to make the White House's life absolutely miserable. I think, look, I'd be curious to see what happens if they do get the written confirmation from Blanche that they want regarding this slush fund for the January 6th. I think it's the January 6th folks, right? That's the issue. I'm not even sure that's going to solve the issue for Tillis and Cornyn.
Any quick advice on the acting title for Todd Blanche?
He can keep it for a year, and if he calls me, I can tell him how to keep it longer than a year.
Wow. That's news you can use. I'm glad that we did that.
We have 20 seconds, Kristen. Is Todd Blanche confirmed before the recess?
I don't know. I'm really good.
Before the recess, no chance. Oh, no. No, they took the hearing down. They took the hearing down today. There's no hearing next week for Blanche.
Done.
All right, we'll
See
leave
you
it on
in
that
September.
note. Mick Mulvaney and Kristen Hahn, this was fun. Thank you so much for joining us. Check out the Washington Edition newsletter for more coverage, and we'll see you back here tomorrow on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:56 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Apple after hours now down by 6.6% after earnings. Amazon after hours after earnings up now by 9%. It was the first day of trading for sandwich chain Jersey Mike's. Its shares fell 6% after raising $1 billion in an IPO. Charlie Morrison is Jersey Mike's CEO, and on Bloomberg Business Week Daily today, he talked about what happened with the stock decline from the IPO price.
I think the market's been a little choppy over the last few days, trying to find its place. Again, we're not looking at today's price. We're not worried about this. We're worried about the long term and continuing to do what we do well, which is grow restaurants, grow our same-store sales growth, continue to deliver great value for our shareholders, and we know they're going to win over the long term.
Jersey Mike's CEO Charlie Morrison. Meanwhile, women's wear firm Reformation, first day out there, it closed up by 0.5% after its IPO. A rebound for semis today with the SOX up by 8.2%. The S&P up 1.7%, keeping it all in context. NASDAQ 100 index up today by 3.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is the Bloomberg Black Business Beat. Earn Your Leisure's annual Invest Fest is coming up next week in Atlanta. It's one of the largest financial literacy and wealth management festivals designed to appeal to inexperienced retail traders, everyday consumers, and young entrepreneurs from underserved communities. It's one of the many platforms created by Earn Your Leisure co-founders Troy Millings and Rashad Bilal that blend entertainment and pop culture with real investment education. Bilal spoke to Bloomberg about some of this year's guests at InvestFest.
We have people like John Morgan from Morgan & Morgan, billionaire. We have Mike Novogratz. We have Tashana Duckett, who's the CEO of TIA Craft. Serena Williams will be the headliner. But we want to have everyday people as well. So the everyday restaurateur, the person that is into science. So we have a broad range of people.
The three-day event hits Atlanta from August 7th through the 9th. I'm Bloomberg's Justin Milliner on the Black Business Beat.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. The markets ignored a worsening war, expensive oil, and inflation pressure, celebrating a banner day for earnings having to do with AI. The Dow recovering 614, making back more than half of the losses yesterday, which were the worst in over a year. ABC's Christiane Cordero with a tale of two tech titans.
While Meta, dropped significantly, Microsoft reported a 43% growth on things like its cloud business, beating expectations there. It also showed major growth in its AI assistant Copilot, which you've probably seen pop up on more of your browsers. It is the tale of two realities when it comes to AI specifically, and something this disruptive is undeniably, both things can be true. It is creating new growth opportunities while also impacting real people and leading to cuts in the workforce.
The two Republican senators blocking President Trump's attorney general nominee met with Todd Blanche today. Unclear if the senators, John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, got what they want.
They're really obviously caught up on that $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. They want the Department of Justice to memorialize in writing to them that the fund will be dead, and also that IRS immunity provision of that settlement agreement, that so-called settlement agreement, will also be clarified, if you will, that it won't extend to a broader group of people outside of President Trump, his sons, and the Trump organization.
ABC's Catherine Folders. ABC News meteorologist Leslie Lopez sees a scorcher all weekend out west.
The entire Southwest dealing with very hot weather. Phoenix 116 Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so several days in a row of extreme heat for the area. We could break records in Billings, Montana, along with Rapid City, Salt Lake City. And again, the hot weather even persists through Denver, getting hotter by the weekend, 101 degrees.
The CIA is aware of, but not about to comment on, more than 30 cyber attacks this week on water plants across Minnesota. Investigators looking into whether Iran may be responsible. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Low pressure is slowly drifting towards the Atlantic, and that is good news for the area. We're finally going to be able to get into some sunshine during the day tomorrow and hang on to that sunshine and dry weather into parts of the upcoming weekend. Tonight, though, we'll look for the showers to gradually end, so will any drizzle or mist. It's 60 to 65 overnight. Tomorrow, it gradually turns mostly sunny. There'll be some cloudiness around tomorrow afternoon that could lead to a stray shower or a sprinkle, but not everybody will see the rain tomorrow. Highs will be 75 to 80. Tomorrow night, we're going to be partly cloudy. Lows are going to drop down to around 65. Saturday looks partly sunny and warm with temperatures between 80 and 85. For Sunday, we'll see morning sunshine. It starts to cloud up Sunday afternoon. Highs are 80 to 85. And we could be dealing with some showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Weekend Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
The Defense Department's casualty database shows 11 more U.S. troops wounded in the war with Iran since Tuesday, bringing the total number of wounded to 653. 18 have been killed in action. New claims today by Ukraine President Zelensky that the Russians used a North Korean missile for the first time in their latest strikes. And
a Russian missile crashed inside Poland today, violating NATO airspace, raising the risk of escalation and testing the alliance's collective defense posture. The Kremlin, it has not yet commented on the incident, but Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, he says there's no reason to believe Poland was actually a target.
Britt Clennett at the ABC Foreign Desk in London. At least 8 people were killed in Ukraine, including 3 children from one family when Russian drones and missiles got through air defenses. President Zelensky blaming insufficient or delayed supplies. He wants help. From Australia, a case of better late than never. A book was returned just last week to the Kiama Public Library, 150 years late. Antiquities of Athens, published in 1858, was returned by a man who found it while doing home renovations. It was tucked inside of a tea crate, which was bricked into a sealed fireplace. He will not be charged the late fee, which, accounting for 150 years of inflation, would be $19,500. The book has some water damage from its years under a chimney. It will not be lent out again. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. Let's update top stories. We'll look at market action as well. And as we have been reporting, there was an explosive rally today among semiconductor stocks, reflecting the view that some of the recent selling in this group was overdone. We had the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index jumping by more than 8%, and other areas of the AI trade rallied as well. Microsoft shares surging 15% on strong cloud growth, and Oracle 8% higher after expanding its Gemini AI partnership with Google. NASDAQ Composite today higher by 2.8%. The S&P was up 1.6%, and the Dow added 1.2% today. Lots of earnings after the bell. Amazon reported second quarter results beyond expectations. This booming demand for AI services accelerated sales for a fifth straight quarter. Revenue for Amazon Web Services was up 37%. We got reaction from Gil Luria, head of technology research at D.A. Davidson.
The key to Amazon, just like the key to Google's growth last week, the key to Amazon is that Anthropic is such a big customer. Amazon is providing most of Anthropic's compute, and that huge ramp in Anthropic results this year is flowing through Amazon Web Services. That's why they have this accelerating growth, because they were wise enough to invest in Anthropic early on and secure that Anthropic used their compute.
That was Gil Luria from D.A. Davidson. Even so, Amazon gave an outlook for revenue in the current quarter that was below expectations. Nonetheless, the stock is higher by 9%. We also heard from Apple. The company reported record sales for the latest quarter, reflecting strong demand for last year's iPhone lineup. The company also reported surprising strength in sales of Mac computers. They've become popular for certain AI applications. On the negative side, though, Apple did have slower sales last quarter in both China and the company's services business. Apple shares are down about 6% right now in late U.S. trading. Coinbase Global reported a third consecutive quarterly decline in revenue. We're talking about a 19% drop for the latest quarter. Coinbase also posted a net loss of $359.5 million, and the stock right now is down by nearly 6%. Crude oil prices fluctuated today on signs shipping across the Strait of Hormuz picked up despite hostilities across the Middle East. WTI in New York trading was down about 1% at $83.59. We're trading just above that now at $84 the barrel. Global news 24 hours a day. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Law. This is an ideologically divided Supreme Court.
We have judges truly under attack.
He was misleading investors about his trading intentions.
Interviews with prominent attorneys and Bloomberg legal experts.
My guest is Second Amendment expert Andrew Willinger, Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr.
And analysis of important legal issues, cases, and headlines.
The lower court got it wrong in multiple respects.
That's a question for the judge, not the jury.
Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Law Show. I'm June Grosso. Ahead in this hour, tensions between the administration and the federal judiciary as the top lawyer at DHS puts out a list targeting district court judges. And Trump's losses in court leave taxpayers facing millions of dollars in legal fees.
And I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed.
In an unprecedented turn for a U.S. president, Donald Trump has criticized Supreme Court justices who ruled against him, at times even ridiculing them.
They're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
And the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, has said the Justice Department is at war with federal judges.
These activist judges that they have a robe on, but they are more political, or certainly as political, as the most liberal governor or DA.
And now the Department of Homeland Security has taken the administration's attacks on federal judges to a new level. Its top lawyer has posted a list of the, quote, worst of the worst district court judges. DHS General Counsel James Percival listed 4 judges who ruled against the administration's immigration agenda in a post on X. It mirrors the way the department lists the names of dangerous immigrants as the worst of the worst. This as threats against federal judges have more than tripled over the past decade. Joining me is Judge Esther Salas of the U.S. District Court for the District of New Jersey. Judge Salas, what was your reaction when you saw this post by DHS's top lawyer?
My reaction was a bit of shock, because I wouldn't have imagined that a representative like General Counsel of DHS would be launching something like this that I think is an attack personally on the judges, and not on the merits, but on the judge. And I think some of the procedural information even provided in those X posts are inaccurate. And so I worry for those judges, and I worry what is to come from every judge that finds him or herself on this weekly, unveiling, if you will, of the new worst of the worst district judge. I just don't understand what's the end game. What is the end game with this type of rhetoric coming out of DHS? I don't understand it.
These judges, the 4 judges that were listed because they ruled against the administration's immigration agenda.
Yeah, I think that it's pretty clear that they're taking issue with the judges' rulings, and instead of appealing the judges, they're launching these personal attacks. I mean, the point of indicating the president who nominated them. What's the point of that? And then going on to, in some instances, mischaracterize what the judge did and why the judge did it. And certainly not attaching links to the judge's opinions or the docket so that his followers can maybe judge for themselves. This is, I think, an intentional agenda of attacking judges, and it's this negative PR campaign that I think we've got, sadly, more instances of DHS doing this. This isn't the first time that we see these types of tactics used to unfairly attack judges. We saw DHS do this to Judge McElroy, and indicating on a government website that judge posed a national security threat. And the judge got threatened after that reckless post on, again, a government website. We see it with Judge DuBose in Rhode Island, and that was a judge that there was an intentional act to keep key information from the judge in that instance. The judge was not told about a murder investigation that was ongoing in another country. And when the judge released the petitioner, they then posted how this judge was a Biden activist judge who let a potential murderer go. And this has played out in Rhode Island. This is fact, what they've done. And the sad fact is this information about Judge DuBose is still up on the website, even though they now know that they'd had to apologize for what they did with Judge DuBose. And we see now the sad case, and, God rest his soul, of a judge in the Middle District of Florida, Judge John Steele, who, I think made a ruling based on the law. There was an opportunity for DHS to appeal the judge's ruling. They didn't, and instead they labeled him an activist judge, put his name out there. My understanding, at least based on the information I'm looking, is that threats began to come in as a result of this. And, we don't know much, so I want to be careful, but the judge is no longer with us. These are intentional acts that I think are reckless, and I think put judges' lives in danger. And I just don't understand, again, what is the end game with this worst of the worst series? What are we looking to do? Are we looking to intimidate judges who don't want to be on the worst of the worst list because they're going to be now targets for threats. So are we working on intimidating judges? Are we threatening judges by putting this information out there and looking for people to then take matters into their own hands? What is the end game when we do this type of series in quotes?
Yeah, well, a DHS spokesperson said that the social media thread is nothing more than a factual review of judicial decisions and their real-world consequences. If accurately describing a judge's rulings is controversial, the issue isn't the reporting, it's the rulings themselves. The record speaks for itself. Facts aren't attacks. So they're not backing down.
Well, then I encourage your audience to actually fact check these ex posts, because I can say procedurally they've been fact checked on my end. I'm not going to talk about the merits. They're open cases, so I can't do that as a sitting judge. But I can tell you procedurally there are inaccuracies. And we can just look to actual cases now, like what they're posting about Judge DuBose, and there is exactly evidence now that she wasn't provided the necessary information. In fact, it was intentionally kept from her. That's still up there, and that's not fact anymore. And why it remains up is beyond me. But, what they continue to do is, I think, directly attacking judges personally. These are not merit-based arguments. These are very personal attacks on these judges. And, the fact that you can do it is one thing. But should our leadership be doing this? That's the other question I have.
Well, it seems to be coming from the top. If you put it in the context of the administration attacking the judiciary, President Trump has repeatedly called out activist judges, and he tore into the Supreme Court justices who ruled against his tariffs, calling them fools and lapdogs. You have the acting attorney general talking about being at war with the federal judiciary. Is it sort of an attack on the rule of law?
I've been very open and honest about my feelings with respect to the president's comments on down. And I speak to you today as Daniel's mom. This is an incredibly hard month for Mark, my husband, and I. And we are reminded of what's at stake here when our political leaders are recklessly and irresponsibly using rhetoric to attack judges. What can happen? In our case, we know that a lawyer who was unhappy with the way I was handling his case, what he did 6 years ago in ringing my doorbell on a Sunday afternoon at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and taking the life of my only child, one shot to the chest. What he almost took my husband's life as well that day. There are a lot of vulnerable people out there, mentally vulnerable people, that see what our leadership is doing in really demonizing judges and vilifying us. And that is what they're doing with using terms like monsters, hating America, legal insurrectionist, rogue, corrupt, judges with agendas, activist judges. These words fuel people that perhaps are otherwise unable to really control themselves. And I just think it's irresponsible and inconsistent with the president's own counsel after the White House Correspondents' Dinner and the issue that happened there. I think the White House spokesperson, along with the president, talked about toning down the rhetoric, talking about toning down, the rhetoric and, watching for our vitriol. And yet we see the department, DHS, doing exactly the opposite of what has been at least encouraged by the president and his own spokesperson.
Please stay with me, Judge Salas. Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, I'll continue this conversation with federal Judge Esther Salas. President Trump doesn't appear to be toning down the rhetoric against judges. On Wednesday evening, he went into another tirade against the Supreme Court on Truth Social, complaining without any evidence that the decisions on tariffs and birthright citizenship had cost the nation trillions and trillions of dollars. He also reposted a tweet critical of Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And attorneys looking for legal research? Whether you're an in-house counsel or in private practice, Bloomberg Law gives you the edge. With the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workflow tools. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results. For the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law, visit BloombergLaw.com. I'm June Grosso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Scattered showers tonight. They'll taper off and end. Temperatures will fall to 60 to 65 in Boston. It'll become sunny during the day tomorrow, but there may be a stray shower tomorrow afternoon, high 75 to 80. Partial clearing, a low of 65 tomorrow night. Saturday, sunshine, some clouds, 80 to 85. Sun fades slowly Sunday as clouds increase. We're 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carroll, and with your weekend forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Breaking news first. The Fed decides.
No change in rates, 9 in favor, 3 dissents.
All 3 of those voting for an interest rate hike.
Where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act.
Reaction first to the Kevin Warsh press conference.
The market is trying to tell you the direction of travel is going to be higher.
I do think we do get rate hikes in September.
They're starting to migrate towards tightening policy.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, stay with Bloomberg 92.9.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Get the latest Bloomberg headlines anytime with Bloomberg News Now. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by RockAuto.com.
Oh, that grinding and squealing. What are you going to do about that?
Time for new brakes. The chain store never has what I need.
No worries. Go to RockAuto.com for name brands at lower prices.
All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Shiv Verma, Chief Financial Officer of Robinhood, on Robinhood's earnings.
We are long-term bullish on crypto. We believe in the asset class. We believe it's here to stay. What are we focusing on? The infrastructure layer. And so a couple of things that we announced this quarter: the Robinhood chain, fastest chain ever to hit 100 million transactions. We also launched the Robinhood Earn product. You can lend your crypto out in stablecoin and get 7%. So the asset class and the coins, it's great for customers. You want to provide access. It'll ebb and flow. I've been there 8 years. I've seen probably 4 different crypto winters. But if you invest in the technology and you invest in the infrastructure, we believe that's here to stay. And the Robinhood chain was a great example of that.
What's a typical, or who is a typical Robinhood investor? Maybe how has that changed?
Yeah, great question. So who is our median customer today?
Okay.
They tend to be 35 years old. They tend to be married, tend to be educated, extra discretionary income relative to the US, widely distributed across the US, not just a coastal product, 1 to 2 kids or a cat or a dog. Like, that is our prototypical customer. What they're doing is, as they're getting wealthier, they're using Robinhood for more and more of their products. So we announced Robinhood Banking last year, just hit 3 billion deposits, growing really, really nicely. Our customers also say to us, hey, I bank with Robinhood. Even before we were a bank, that's how they thought about it. And so as they're getting wealthier, they want the same products everyone wants. Retirement assets, those are now up above 35 billion. They want ETFs. We just launched custodial accounts. I have a young daughter. She has an account on Robinhood. Trump accounts. We're now supporting all of the children. And so when I joined 8 years ago, the average age was around 27 or 28. We are growing with our customers. And so we always start with, what do our customers want? And then we build it for them. And as you do that, you start to see them consolidate more of their wealth.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
The U.S. Marshal Service has reported a rise in threats against federal judges to more than 560 last year. But the administration doesn't appear to be toning down its rhetoric against judges. On Wednesday, President Trump went into another tirade against the Supreme Court on Truth Social, complaining without any evidence that the decisions on tariffs and birthright citizenship had cost the nation trillions and trillions of dollars. He also reposted a tweet critical of Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said the Justice Department is at war with judges. And the top lawyer at the Department of Homeland Security, James Percival, has put out a list targeting federal judges by name in what he calls the worst of the worst District Judge Edition. I've been talking to federal judge Esther Salas of the District Court of New Jersey. She lost her only child, Daniel, 6 years ago when a disgruntled lawyer posing as a delivery driver killed him when he opened the door to their home. Your Honor, when Justices Elena Kagan and Amy Coney Barrett testified before Congress asking for additional funds for more security because of increased threats the justices are getting, Justice Kagan explained how politicians calling out judges by name crosses a line and is dangerous. And she said it's designed to intimidate judges. Do you think that's what this worst of the worst list is designed to do?
I'm going to say that Chief Justice Roberts warned all of us in 2024 about the 4 illegitimate attacks. And I think the Chief Justice did a great job in reminding all of us in that report about the dangers of these tactics. We talk about violence. We talk about intimidation. We talk about the spreading of disinformation, which I believe much of what are on these ex post contain misinformation and disinformation that is being churned out to the public, the American public. And I also believe that all of this plays into the eroding of the public's confidence in the justice system. And I think this is intentional. I think there is a negative PR campaign that is being rolled out on social media, being rolled out on national news, being rolled out in these statements that come from the top down, that the justice system is broken, that the judges are rogue, that the judges are activists, that the judges are working against particular agendas. And all of this is aimed at eroding the public's confidence in the justice system. And, you know, as Daniel's mom, I can't say that this is just, this is just a collection of perhaps ill-advised acts. This is a campaign that is been rolled out and in a way that I have never seen. And I don't think I've ever seen it in the way that we're seeing it now, with threats of impeachment, articles of impeachment being rolled out against judges for rulings they're making. Instead of appealing the judges, we're threatening judges with articles of impeachment. We're posting these statements that judges are threats to national security, that judges are activists, that judges are rogue, that judges are doing the unthinkable, that judges are disobeying SCOTUS and disobeying the Seventh Circuit. These are all statements that I think at best are taken out of context, at worst are misrepresenting the rulings that judges are making. And I am concerned that we're doing damage, and I don't know what the rippling effects of the damage that's being done on our democracy and on judges in general and on our rule of law. It's unheard of. And let me just add one other thing. As Daniel's mom, this is me, Daniel's mom talking. You know, when you call us monsters, when you say and accuse us of hating America, when you say that we're legal insurrectionists, when you say that we're rogue, when you say that we're corrupt, when you say that you have a war on judges, you are villainizing us. You are demonizing judges. And I think, and I hate to think this, but as Daniel's mom, someone that's living every day without her only child on this earth, that if something were to happen to one of us, you have in lots of ways insinuated that we had it coming. And that's the irresponsible behavior that is, for me, saddening as someone that has to live every day without her only child. Daniel's birthday would have been July 13th. He would have been 26 years old. And instead, I talk to him at night when I pray to him. And I don't have my son today because a person who felt like they had to take matters into their own hands did. And I think that our political leaders who speak so recklessly and these posts that are, I think, unprecedented, I think they ought to think about what is the end game with this tactic that they seem to be rolling out very aggressively.
Do you know if the 4 judges named in this list have been getting threats since it was posted?
I don't know whether there have been increased threats now to these judges as a result of these postings, but you know, we definitely have been able to track the spike in threats to judges. I mean, I gave you an instance with Judge McElroy and what DHS posted that led to threats for that particular judge. I can tell you that I know for certain that what they did with Judge DuBose in Rhode Island and what they posted and what remains on their website as to inaccurate information with respect to Her Honor, that led to threats against the judge. Yes, we are seeing there is a corresponding spike when we see, you know, these types of attacks against judges for rulings they've made. We see that. I don't know the extent, and I think that we all need to take a moment to think about what happened with Judge Steele, John Steele in the Middle District of Florida. But we know that as a result of a ruling, he, instead of appealing His Honor, they went ahead and basically issued, you know, a press release on an activist judge. And based on the reporting I'm hearing, His Honor did receive a spike in threats coming into chambers. He's no longer with us, and God rest his soul. We lost him on, I believe, July 15th. But this is stressful. And I think what we have to remember is that judges are human too. And when you call our chambers and threaten to kill us, and when charges are brought, as one judge told me recently, that this judge had to go to court and testify against the person who had threatened to kill this judge. And you have to sit in a courtroom and talk about the threats. When you have to come into chambers and hear horrific messages, wishing you dead and wishing that you see your children killed in front of you, which, you know, I've had to hear from a colleague of mine who played me this tape that she received. And when you have articles of impeachment being brought against you, this is stressful for anyone to have to deal with, in addition to having a challenging, you know, docket and everything else. So I think that we have to be mindful of what we're doing, how, you know, the fabric of this country is like outstretched right now in terms of the attacks on the judiciary and on each other. I mean, it is horrific. We are so divided and we are just so full of anger. What are the repercussions and what are the consequences to this continued rollout of attacks against the judiciary. I don't know how other people feel, but as Daniel's mom on July 29th, that I'm sitting for this interview with you, I'm saying to myself, is this what we want for our country? Is this what we want for each other? Are these the standards that we want to live by in this country? And I bet you they're not. But we have to get back to holding ourselves to particular standards and holding our political leaders to those same standards. And we've got to get to a better place. And these postings, even as I said earlier, can they do them or should they be doing them? That's the question.
Is the judiciary taking any action against Percival for posting this list? Perhaps filing a grievance with the Bar Association for unethical conduct?
I'm not privy to anything. I'm speaking to you today just as Daniel's mom, just urging our leadership to act more responsibly. I mean, take whatever issues you want to take with respect to the merits of a case, take us up on appeal. Criticize the merits. If we look at these postings, they go far less to merits and they're personal attacks. And I just, as someone who's sort of mourning her son, I'm doing my best to warn the American public and our leadership that there are real consequences at the back end of all of this. And I, as Daniel's mom, just hope that we can all learn to, disagree in an agreeable way. I hope we can get back to, listening to one another and not making someone an enemy because they don't see the things the way you see them. We have a wonderful system of justice. It's not broken. And I think that in America, we need to come together as opposed to try to tear each other apart. And this is just an example for me of us acting in a way that hurts us all. It just hurts us all. So I would love for us to agree to disagree on things and when necessary appeal us. But you heard the justices' testimony about what they've been through. Justice Coney Barrett received a pizza in my murdered son's name. I learned about that for the first time in watching her testimony. That hit me hard. We heard about swatting. This is happening to judges and justices appointed by R's and D's. This is a problem that we all can agree is not discriminating. But until we agree that we are going to approach things differently and have respect for one another, I'm afraid we just give license to this conduct, and it's never going to get any better unless we all start to do better with the way we treat each other. I want to just, say Chief Justice Roberts was right. Tension between the branches is as old as the Republic. But what we're seeing now in these 4 illegitimate attacks that he warned us about, this is far from tension. This is, in some ways, it is, and it feels like war. And we've got an acting attorney general that declared war on the judges. And I just don't think this is healthy for our nation.
Thank you so much, Judge Salas, and my condolences over the loss of your son. I know this is a difficult time for you.
I appreciate that, and I hope you know that Daniel's very much a guiding light in my life and my husband's life, and I hope that he can be a guiding light for us to come back to a centered place, a place of love and light as opposed to just hate and darkness. And right now, we need a lot more love and light in this world.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your talking to me.
Thank you very much, Jude.
That's New Jersey federal judge Esther Salas. Coming up next, Trump's losses in court leave taxpayers facing millions of dollars in legal fees. This is Bloomberg.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. A new alert about cyber attacks at more than 30 water plants. Minnesota and federal authorities are investigating possible Iranian hackers, although the CIA is not commenting except to say it's aware of these attacks this week, Sunday and Monday. Cyber experts are currently observing a significant increase in cyber threat actors targeting programmable logic controllers in the water and wastewater systems. No action today on President Trump's nomination of Todd Blanche to be U.S. Attorney General. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand thinks she knows why two Republican colleagues are blocking the nomination.
Todd Blanche isn't qualified to be the Attorney General, and even Republicans have great pause with putting him forward. And so I hope that President Trump removes him as a nomination for that position.
After the worst day on Wall Street in a year, the Dow shot up today, up 614 at the close, buoyed by Microsoft's best earnings in 18 years. This is ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World's headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. Let's update top stories. We'll look at market action in a moment. A short while ago on Truth Social, President Trump said the Board of Peace reached an historic agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. Trump called it a monumental step toward lasting peace and security. We saw a powerful rally today among chip makers, reflecting the view that the recent sell-off in semiconductor stocks was overdone. Today, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index jumped by more than 8%, and other areas of the AI trade rallied as well. Microsoft surging 15%, given strong cloud growth, and shares in Oracle were up 8% today after the company expanded its Gemini AI partnership with Google. NASDAQ Composite higher today by 2.8%, S&P up 1.6%, the Dow adding just 1.2% today. Lots of earnings news after the bell. Amazon reported second quarter results beyond expectations. Seems as though the booming demand for AI services accelerated sales for a fifth straight quarter. Revenue for Amazon Web Services up 37%. Even so, Amazon did give an outlook for revenue in the current quarter that was a little disappointing. Nonetheless, shares right now in late trading are up 9%. We also heard from Apple. The company reported record sales for the latest quarter, reflecting strong demand for last year's iPhone lineup. And Apple also reported surprising strength in sales of Mac computers. They've become popular for AI applications. Now, on the negative side, Apple saw slower sales last quarter in China as well as its services business. We got reaction from Mark Gurman.
My take is that the iPhone number looks great. My take is that the Mac number looks amazing. My take is that service is a little soft, and the China number missed the estimate we have here on the Bloomberg terminal. But at the same time, that is, pretty nice growth on an annual basis, where they were sort of, I guess, in the toilet in China a couple years ago and last year, but they've totally rebounded there.
That is Bloomberg's Mark Gurman. Apple shares down 6%. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Cloudiness lingers across the area through the night, but any showers will taper off and end. We're 60 to 65. It looks like it clears during the day tomorrow, though there may be a shower in the afternoon in a couple of spots. High 75 to 80. Partly cloudy, 65 tomorrow night. Partial sun Saturday, 80 to 85. Sunday morning sun, some afternoon clouds, 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your weekend forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Apple earnings, third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat.
Microsoft, everything is in the cloud growth, better than expectations.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Amazon Web Services net sales, that's a beat.
Meta Platforms did miss estimates.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
The AI euphoria is being questioned across the board.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Staples Stores.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This is the Bloomberg Business of Entertainment Report. 6 years after Nintendo's Animal Crossing New Horizons became a lockdown phenomenon, the company's scoring another major hit worldwide.
Let's see how you could be living the dream.
In Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, players oversee virtual islands where customized avatars interact with each other. The life simulation game is a surprise hit for Nintendo and racked up over 3.8 million units in global sales within 2 weeks of its release in April, outpacing Pokemon simulator Pokopia. It topped sales charts in Japan for the third straight month in June, making it the country's best-selling game in the first half of the year, according to gaming magazine Famitsu, while in the U.S., according to market tracker Sakana, it ranked 7th in dollar terms through June. The game's ability to bring people together showcases Nintendo's skill in revamping simple styles of play into global entertainment properties. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast from Point 72, Sophia Drosas.
Well, that nominal GDP print probably speaks to ongoing health in corporate profits. As you know, corporate profits are coming off of...
It's got an AI overlay.
It does. But, I would say that the issue with the AI... The CapEx boom continues, and the chair mentioned that yesterday. It's quite strong,
right.
But a large component of that is imported. So the potential for it to create overheating domestic conditions seems a bit less to me compared with other CapEx cycles.
Did we, as an outlier yesterday, have the dollar finally break? Is this a moment where this shocking dollar resilience, even with higher rates, finally turns around and we get, with a lack of credibility, dollar weakness?
So I think the dollar is going to lose a little bit of interest rate support and has. Of course, the market has repriced, seeing that the Fed didn't act on the accumulated high level of inflation at the last two meetings. So the market's extrapolating that a bit forward in terms of the reaction function. But we also need to be cognizant of what other central banks are doing. So the ECB last week declined to hike and also stated a bit more of an open-ended path. So perhaps they will not fully meet the amount of tightening that's priced in. And other central banks might be sounding a bit circumspect. And we had the Bank of England this morning. They held rates. So the question to me is, the Fed may have come across a bit more dovish than some people expected. But I think that this is a broader trend among central banks now.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
This is Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
There's been an unprecedented deluge of hundreds of lawsuits challenging the Trump administration's boundary-pushing uses of executive power, increasing the amount of taxpayer money at stake. The U.S. government is on the hook for potentially millions of dollars in legal bills demanded by successful challengers to some of the administration's most controversial executive actions and policies. According to a Bloomberg News analysis of court records, attorneys have sought fees exceeding $100,000 in at least 10 cases over the past year, totaling more than $2.5 million. Joining me is Bloomberg legal reporter Zoe Tillman, who's crunched the numbers. So, Zoe, how much could the government be on the hook for legal bills for opposing attorneys who won their cases?
Yeah, it's hard to say. We started with the place where we're at now, which is potentially millions, because we've flagged at least a number of cases where there are outstanding pending requests that total more than $2 million so far. But that's only in 10 cases. And we know that there are a number of cases where the Trump administration has lost in the district court, is appealing those losses, and where attorneys have made clear, should we prevail on appeal, an attorney fee motion is coming. And there's always this delay with these types of requests where you can't get paid until litigation is completely over. So we may not see the final dollar amounts tally up until, 2-3 years after this early deluge of litigation against the administration. But, we're certainly dealing in the realm already of millions of dollars.
So tell us about the Equal Access to Justice Act of 1980 and what it requires.
So the thinking was at the time that, individuals, ordinary Americans, small businesses, nonprofits, entities that, are not deep-pocketed, may not be able to hire big law firms and lawyers to vindicate their rights, that they should not be priced out of pursuing what would otherwise be legitimate claims and grievances against the government. And the thinking by Congress was, they set limits on who would be eligible to recover their fees. So it's, there are net worth caps for small businesses. There are employee caps for nonprofits, employee caps. So the idea is to keep it to entities that, are not big corporations that obviously, may not need the government to pay back their legal fees. And the thinking is if you're a prevailing party and the government's position in litigation was not, quote, substantially justified, which has been interpreted pretty broadly by courts, even if DOJ says we made a good faith argument here, if they were found to have certainly done something obviously unlawful, unconstitutional, courts have been pretty willing to say, that was not a substantially justified position that you took in this litigation. And the courts can award fees. The amounts tend not to be very high. In doing the historical analysis, in most cases, setting aside Social Security and veterans benefits cases, of which there are thousands, and that's sort of a different animal from what we're talking about here, most of the time these fee awards fall below $100,000. So it's, not a lot of money, but for an ordinary everyday person, tens of thousands of dollars, if they had to lay out that money to vindicate their rights, is certainly a significant amount of money.
So Zoe, in looking at the list that you have in your story about the requests for fees, the top requests have to do with cases involving research funding cuts. And the Nonprofit Association of American Universities is looking for more than $1.5 million for its attorneys. Of course, one of their attorneys is Paul Clement, the former Solicitor General, who's argued more cases before the Supreme Court than anyone else.
Right. That's the four cases that deal with the rate that agencies reimburse research institutions for the indirect costs of doing government research. So, the costs of running these labs, of, the sort of overhead, not the core funding for the project. So the agencies have tried to cut that rate down, and research institutions have said this is the lifeblood. Our ability to function depends on getting reimbursed, not just for, the hours that we do the experiment or the research, but for the cost of doing business of research. So yes, those were the four cases by the Association of American Universities where Paul Clement, who is this, bold-faced name in legal circles for many years, is among the lawyers, which include other very accomplished lawyers at other big law firms in Washington. But this is some of the highest dollar requests because it has involved these very experienced veteran Washington lawyers.
Well, I was going to say, are they looking for $500 an hour for Paul Clement? Because that's sort of a drop in the bucket for him, isn't it? It's not really what he would normally charge. I mean, they charge thousands of dollars now.
That's right. So the Equal Access to Justice Act does set a baseline for fees. Normally, I think the baseline rate it's like $125 an hour with wiggle room for cost of living. So I think the actual baseline year to year tends to be closer to like $200 and $250 an hour. But the law allows for some discretion. If lawyers can say, there was special expertise that they brought, it was extraordinary litigation involving novel questions of law, if it was a heavier lift than your ordinary lawsuit against an agency, there is this ability to ask for higher rates. Now, the government will come back sometimes and say, those rates are too high. You've put in for working too many hours on this. We don't think that's reasonable. In those cases, they're also arguing that this association is not eligible to get fees, that they were really suing on behalf of their members. The association has said that's not what the standard is. There's litigation about this. So, we're seeing some cases where the government is reaching settlements and acknowledging that there is this law that compels them when they lose, in many cases, to pay up, but also in some cases exercising their ability back and to say, even if we do have to pay fees, it should not be that much.
And so if they can't reach a settlement, a judge will decide on the amount? Okay.
That's right. They'll decide, were they a prevailing party? Was the government's position substantially justified? Are the requested fees reasonable? And then, ultimately a judge will enter an order saying, I find the government has to pay, yes, you have to pay Paul Clement, but only $350 an hour, not $500 an hour. They get into that kind of granular level of this.
Now, immigration cases, the Supreme Court is going to hear a case involving the Equal Access to Justice Act and immigration?
That's right. So, we have a couple of different buckets here, and that's part of where our estimate of this potentially being millions of dollars at stake also includes these other cases where if you have your standard, I sued an agency because they did X with grants and we won and now we get money. Second category is habeas cases, where the Trump administration has enacted a very aggressive push to ramp up immigration arrests and deportations. And that has resulted in a concurrent, explosion really of litigation to try and free people from immigration custody while they are fighting whether they can be deported. And in cases where the government has lost, where judges have said, you have to release this person, not necessarily that they can't be deported, but, they can't be in custody, circuits have split about whether that counts as a, prevailing party, substantially justified or not, under the Equal Access to Justice Act. And some courts have awarded fees, and the amounts tend to be smaller than the six-figure requests that we're seeing in these really high-profile cases. But there are a lot of these cases. So, the stakes are also high for what the Supreme Court does with this next term. If it's 500 cases with a couple $1,000s in each awarded, you can see how the financial stakes there balloons if the court says that they can recover these attorney fees. Now, we should say, this court has, with a conservative majority, has largely sided with the government on issues related to immigration. So it does seem like there is an uphill battle for advocates here who are arguing that this law should cover people who successfully sue the government to get out of custody. But it's a big ticket issue on many levels, both in terms of the rights of people in these cases and also the amount of money that is at stake if the government loses.
Explain what the judgment fund is and how it's different from EJA.
They're mostly separate. EJA fees are typically paid by the agency that was sued and that lost. So there are each year, this analysis of how much each agency has had to pay in EJA fees and how many claims they've had to pay out. The judgment fund is sort of separate. When you sue the government because you tripped and fell on the National Mall and you got hurt, because a government employee in a car hit your car, you were in an accident, or as we've increasingly seen, cases against the government for damages for certain types of constitutional violations, other types of damages, harms, tort actions, those are not EJA cases. And when you get attorney fees for winning against the government in those types of cases, or if you reach a settlement, that money typically comes out of the judgment fund, which is a central pool of money. It's an indefinite permanent appropriation from Congress that makes money available to the government to pay court judgments, which can include attorney fees. Sometimes there is some overlap depending on how cases are styled against the government. But when we're talking about sort of bread and butter suing agencies for carrying out policies that this administration's opponents contend are unlawful, or in any administration, when they win attorney fees, it tends to come out of this EJA bucket as opposed to the judgment fund bucket, with the understanding that there is some fuzzying of those lines sometimes.
I was surprised in your story you also talk about there's a jazz musician who's looking for $250,000 in legal fees. Tell us about that case.
Yeah, so this is a case involving the Kennedy Center in Washington, which is, it's not a federal agency. We called it a quasi-public institution. It was created as a living memorial to the late President John F. Kennedy. The board is largely appointed by the president. It receives some federal dollars. There is some degree of federal oversight, even though it isn't an agency within the executive branch in the traditional sense. So this case was sort of interesting as a Trump-adjacent legal fight that has also now resulted in a fee issue where, after the board voted to put Donald Trump's name on the Kennedy Center and to add him to the official name, a number of shows and artists pulled out of performing at the center. And this musician who had performed, I think, a Christmas Eve concert for many years was one of those artists who withdrew and canceled his performance. So the Kennedy Center sued. And he had said at the time, there were public statements, and news reports that it was because of this renaming move. He's defeated the lawsuit in D.C. Superior Court, the local court here. Judge found that the Kennedy Center was unlikely to win its breach of contract claim. And he's now arguing, his lawyers are arguing, that the Kennedy Center is on the hook to pay their legal fees to the tune of more than $250,000.
Great research, Zoe. A great story. Thanks so much. That's Bloomberg legal reporter Zoe Tillman. I'm June Grosso. Stay with us. Today's top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. From April to June, the U.S. economy grew less than analysts were expecting. The Commerce Department says GDP growth slowed from 2.1% in the first 3 months of the year to 1.5% in the second quarter.
And the Commerce Department also says overall economic growth is slowing down. GDP increased by an annual rate of 1.5% in the second quarter of the year. Keep in mind, though, consumers power the economy, and consumer spending has been very resilient. One sign that we are seeing in this data is that consumers are dipping into their savings to help pay for some of these higher prices.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Growing concerns about Russia's war in Ukraine possibly expanding. A Russian missile hit Poland during an attack on Ukraine.
Poland and NATO saying their air and ground defenses were activated. Prime Minister Tusk also saying the missile was a Russian Kh-101 cruise missile. It came as Russia unleashed another massive air assault into western Ukraine, where Poland shares a border. Those strikes killing at least 8 people, including 3 children in one family. Britt Clennett, ABC News, London.
The federal government warning communities about cyber threats to water systems after 30 plants in Minnesota were hit with cyber attacks. Multiple U.S. officials tell ABC News the attacks may be linked to Iran.
State officials and the FBI are trying to determine who is behind a wide-scale cyber attack targeting more than 30 water treatment systems in the state of Minnesota. In one case, the hackers were actually able to shut down the flow of water from the well and water treatment plant in the tiny city of Brom, forcing officials to provide clean water to residents already stored in its water tower.
ABC's Pierre Thomas. Colin Gray, the father of a Georgia teenager who carried out a deadly mass shooting at his high school, has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Prosecutors say he provided the rifle used in the 2024 attack where 2 students were killed. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Low pressure is slowly drifting towards the Atlantic, and that is good news for the area. We're finally going to be able to get into some sunshine during the day tomorrow and hang on to that sunshine and dry weather into parts of the upcoming weekend. Tonight, though, we'll look for the showers to gradually end, so will any drizzle or mist. It's 60 to 65 overnight. Tomorrow, it gradually turns mostly sunny. There'll be some cloudiness around tomorrow afternoon that could lead to a stray shower or a sprinkle, but not everybody will see the rain tomorrow. Highs will be 75 to 80. Tomorrow night, we're going to be partly cloudy. Lows are going to drop down to around 65. Saturday looks partly sunny and warm with temperatures between 80 and 85. For Sunday, we'll see morning sunshine. It starts to cloud up Sunday afternoon. Highs are 80 to 85. And we could be dealing with some showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Weekend Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Facebook parent company Meta today reported disappointing second quarter earnings, along with a 55% jump in costs and expenses, leading investors to worry if Meta and other tech companies are overspending on AI. ABC's Christiane Cordero.
Looming over all of this are legal expenses from high-profile court cases, not to mention the stain on reputation that potentially came from that, and then also severance costs from recent layoffs, which are largely attributed to artificial intelligence.
10 people facing charges for alleged locker room hazing incidents at a high school in Wyncote, Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia. ABC's Armando Garcia reports.
4 coaches and 6 players on the Cheltenham High School football team have been indicted by a grand jury after a 15-year-old student told one of the coaches he had been jumped by his teammates in the locker room in September 2025.
The juvenile victim described the incident as being punched, kicked, and stomped in the head and the groin with cleats, forcing him to curl up to protect himself and his head.
The district attorney says the alleged high school attackers also used a broomstick against the victim.
There has been reluctance by most parties, adults and juveniles, to tell what they knew, what they saw, what they heard.
Armando Garcia, ABC News, New York.
The school superintendent says those responsible are being held accountable through the criminal justice system. The Trump administration today announced a new campaign encouraging military veterans to become truck drivers. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. Let's update top stories and market action. 8:05 in the morning in Tokyo. We'll have trading in Japanese equities and in U.S. Treasuries at the top of the hour. Stateside, a powerful rally among semiconductor stocks. This reflects the view that the recent selling of this group was overdone. We had the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index jumping by more than 8%, and other areas of the AI trade rallied as well, namely Microsoft jumping 15% on strong cloud growth, and Oracle shares were up 8% after the company expanded its Gemini AI partnership with Google. NASDAQ Composite up 2.8% today. S&P 500 rising 1.6%. The Dow was higher by 1.2%. Lots of earnings after the bell. Amazon reported second quarter results beyond expectations. The booming demand for AI services accelerated sales for a 5th straight quarter. However, Amazon also gave an outlook for revenue in the current quarter that was below expectations. Nonetheless, the stock is up 9% in late trading. We heard from Apple as well. The company reported record sales for the latest quarter. This reflects strong demand for last year's iPhone lineup. The company also reported surprising strength in sales of Mac computers. They've become popular for certain AI applications. Although, on the negative side, Apple did have slower sales last quarter in both China and Apple's services business. Shares in Apple are down 6% in the late U.S. session. Rivian Automotive reported better than expected earnings as it began deliveries of a new mid-sized sport utility vehicle. Rivian shares are up by more than 2.5% in late trading. As we get set for trading in Japan, the yen is much stronger against the greenback as a result of a rally during New York trading. Earlier, the Nikkei newspaper reported that Japan's Ministry of Finance intervened in the foreign exchange to strengthen the yen, right now at 159.60 against the greenback. And crude oil prices fluctuated on signs shipping across the Strait of Hormuz has picked up. WTI fell 1% today to 83.59. This update is brought to you by IBKR. For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged annual returns of 24.3%. That beat the S&P 500. Lower cost and access to 170 plus global markets. It matters. Visit ibkr.com/performance. Global news 24 hours a day. And whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner in New York, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Outlaws podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Weisenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
Today you are listening to our conversation with Bezorg Mecher Sharafidin and Yegana Torbate, co-authors of the book Stolen Revolution, Betrayal and Hope in Modern Iran. We are talking about how the Iranian economy actually works. We do, in fact, have two perfect guests on who will teach us much more about this. We're going to be speaking with Yegana Torbati, Iran correspondent for the New York Times, as well as Bezorgamer Sharafaddin. He's the head of digital at Iran International. So both of you, thank you so much for coming on Odd Lots.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, and I should, of course, mention that they are the co-authors of a brand new book, Stolen Revolution, Betrayal and Hope in Modern Iran. So again, thank you both so much for coming out. Why don't we just start? What is the premise of this book? Why was this an important book to write, or what endeavored you to go on this project?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having us. I mean, we started on this project around 5.5 years ago, so late 2020. And I think our vision was, at first, we were very focused on kind of trying to explain, as you sort of mentioned, Iran's political economy, and in particular, sort of the roots of corruption and sort of state control and influence over the economy over the past 40, 50 years. And then, of course, as time went on, and since 2020, a lot of things have happened in Iran, and our focus both broadened and I think deepened. But sort of throughout our book is sort of this continuous thread of the promises that the current government, the Islamic government, came to power on in 1979, particularly around social justice and how it might redistribute Iran's really immense resources, and sort of what that has actually led to in practice today, which is far from those promises.
Yeah, so you describe the Islamic Republic as evolving into this sort of mafia-like state. And I guess there's a difference between an authoritarian government and a corrupt one, although they often go hand in hand. How did Iran kind of evolve from the authoritarian Islamic Republic to a place that, in terms of its economy, was actually extracting value from its people?
Yeah, I think maybe it's good to define what do we mean by a mafia state, and what's the difference between a mafia state and a normal totalitarian government. I think in a normal society, all citizens are equal and they benefit the same from the government and the wealth of a nation. But in a mafia state, you should imagine a layered society, and citizens are rewarded based on their loyalty to the system. So the more loyal you are to the government and the state, the more you will benefit from the resources. So that's how the Islamic Republic was from the beginning, and it excluded its critics and it rewarded people who were loyal. And it was an ideological government, so people who believed in the values of the Islamic Republic were rewarded. But as we move forward, we see that this trend was reflected more and more in the economy. You see that how Revolutionary Guards and other religious foundations, they come and take over big chunks of the economy. And I can say that this mafia state and the layered society is even reflected in Iran's foreign policy. So in the eyes of Iranian states, maybe a Hezbollah member in Lebanon or a Houthi militia in Yemen, they are more loyal to the Islamic Republic than, let's say, a professor at Tehran University. So they should benefit more from the wealth of the nation. So that's why we have had all these discussions within the Islamic Republic that while the Iranian government can't afford to provide free milk at schools, it has the money to give to its proxies in the region to kind of reward their loyalty.
Right. Maybe I should back up even further at this point and ask, the Iranian Revolution, how much of that was about economic grievances on the part of the people, the idea that, as so many revolutions are, things need to get better, versus just the clergy basically seizing power?
I think it was sort of a mix of a few different things. The working classes and sort of the lower socioeconomic classes did not really jump in to be part of the revolutionary coalition until quite late in the game, when they really started to suffer from some of the Shah's economic policies kind of towards the very end. Really, at the beginning, it was more kind of like the middle classes and the intellectuals who were sort of forming this kind of revolutionary coalition from a bunch of different impulses. There were some who wanted kind of an Islamic government. There were others who were communists and were kind of more anti-US, anti-imperialist. And there were others who just wanted kind of a secular liberal democracy and felt that the Shah was trampling on people's rights. All of those people kind of joined in. But what we see, especially kind of towards the end of the revolution, as we're getting to 1979, is that the leader of the revolution, Ruhollah Khomeini, who then became the leader of the new government, he wanted to kind of co-opt some of the most effective sort of leftist arguments because he wanted kind of their young people, their supporters, to sort of also support him. And so, these arguments of kind of the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat, Khomeini kind of adopted some of those terms with an Islamic tinge. And therefore, sort of, he promised, and then in the first few months, especially of the revolution, he also promised that, we are going to provide for the poor. We're going to provide free electricity, free buses for the poor. We're going to build housing. And I think the government sort of wanted to present itself as being on behalf of some of the kind of the lower classes of society, and it presented them kind of as its base. As time goes on, what we see, especially kind of in the last 10 to 15 years, it sort of turned its back on a lot of those promises to where it's not even really even pretending anymore that is kind of what it's aimed at. And we can kind of talk about sort of some of the turning points there. But it really was kind of a gradual shift over time. And then especially since 2017, you really see this growing dissatisfaction amongst not just middle-class Iranians, but also people who are poor and struggling against what this revolution has brought to them.
Okay, everyone's ability to derive wealth or income is somehow linked to where they stand in this hierarchy of supporting the government or supporting the state in some way or another. Let's talk about where the government gets its resources to make these allocations, whether it's housing, whether it's electricity, whether it's obviously munitions for various groups, et cetera. Obviously, we know oil is a big part of it, but what are the how would you, big picture, decompose what the Iranian economy sort of basically looks like?
So I think, of course, oil's a big one. It has kind of this huge resource that's very valuable and that it can kind of use to fund itself. But also Iran has a pretty diversified economy in terms of its industrial base. And that is partially as a result of kind of the Shah's own policies, but then also sort of this idea that took root after the revolution that we need to provide for ourselves. We need to be self-sufficient. This was a very important kind of part of both the ideology of kind of present in that moment in general, this sort of like 20th century, 60s, 70s backlash against interference by world powers in the internal affairs of Iran and of other countries. So there was kind of this very strong idea, especially among Iranian leftists and including in some of the clerical class, that we need to kind of establish our own industries and be independent. So Iran has a car industry. Iran has steel plants that were built after the Iran-Iraq War and it became operational sort of after the Iran-Iraq War that produce, huge amounts of steel, kind of leading the Middle East in that industry. And these industries are maybe not necessarily the most efficient and they don't have a ton of foreign investment, but they provide employment. Iran has a huge agricultural sector which is an enormous source of jobs in Iran, which has been very important as it's been under sanction. Of course, the agricultural sector has a lot of other costs, including overuse of water, which Iran has been facing, but it's an important, at least, source of jobs in the economy. So these are all these major industries that kind of first start out after the revolution being very much under the purview of the formal state, kind of what we in the West would recognize as a government, including a ministry, a ministry that is answerable to parliament that oversees, for instance, the steel industry or the mines in Iran. Over time, and we should kind of talk about this more, the control over those industries moves away from sort of the recognized parts of the state into kind of this shadow state, which is sort of much more linked to the security forces and to these entities that are kind of controlled by the clerics, but aren't really accountable to the rest of the government.
If I add a bit to that, because if you look at the history of the Islamic Republic, of course, the revolution started with this massive wave of nationalization.
Okay.
The state took control of the major industries, shipping, mining, banking, and many more. But gradually, as we come forward, after a decade or two, the Iranian state decided the privatization of these major industries. But I think the main problem was the corruption, that we didn't see real privatization. So usually people who were close to centers of power, they came and took over these industries, and they took them over with a very low price. Like imagine factories that were owned by the government. They were taken over by elements very close to the security forces. And so after that, many of these factories, they didn't come back to production. The machinery was sold and the land was turned into maybe a residential place to build apartments in. So we saw that level. But still, as Yegana mentioned, we have private sector in Iran. You know, the problem with private sector is that if a business becomes successful and it passes a certain threshold, you will see the security forces coming and knocking on your door, and they want their share. And that's again, it's like a mafia state. If you can imagine, if you have a restaurant in mafia movies, if you have a successful restaurant, they would come and they want their share from these businesses. And as we showed in the book, one of the major new sectors was the startup sector. Of course, this sector was started by many Iranians who came back from abroad to launch this sector, but they saw that how the security forces came and forced them to give up these firms.
Stay tuned for more of our interview with Yeganeh Torbati and Bezer Sharafeddin. We're talking about their new book, Stolen Revolution, Betrayal and Hope in Modern Iran, as well as what makes the Iranian economy really work. To hear the full conversation, subscribe to Odd Lots wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal, and this is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Scattered showers will gradually taper off and come to an end tonight. Lows will drop down to 60 to 65. Sunshine will develop during the day tomorrow, though there may be a stray shower tomorrow afternoon, high 75 to 80. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy near 65. Saturday looks partly sunny, warm, 80 to 85. Sunday, sun fades as clouds increase, we're 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your weekend forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
I'm David Weston. This week on Wall Street Week, Harvard's Jason Furman on the Fed decision. The European Union moves to reform its merger regulation, but will it get the tech industry going? Johnson & Johnson gets into the robotic surgery business a bit late, but with what it thinks is a better mousetrap. And what are all those think tanks doing?
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, tomorrow night at 6 at your number one source for news on the FM dial in Boston, Bloomberg 92.9.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th. As global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power, you'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster. Thousands of homeowners have trusted us for their blinds that are easy to order, affordable, and guaranteed to fit. You measure at home, install yourself, and enjoy blinds made exactly for your windows. Blindster.com.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Lori Heinel, Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street, managing $5.7 trillion.
At the margin, we might favor large cap or favor Europe or favor emerging markets at different points in time based on relative value trading. But we do think that it's incredibly difficult to time those inflection points perfectly. And as you noted, coming into this year, you still had a lot of momentum and flows into the things that had done well in the past, including some of those large cap names that you mentioned. So I'm kind of a traditionalist in that way. I do believe you want to be diversified and have exposures to multiple places. But I do think that this AI enthusiasm, I believe in it in terms of a technology. But when you look at the massive amount of spending that is now being undertaken by some of these companies, they've gone from leveraging balance sheet cash to make those investments to now accessing fixed income markets in a massive way, and even in some cases issuing equities. So you do have to sort of wonder whether that vein alone is going to be where the money is going to be made going forward. I'm not saying that they can't still generate good earnings, but there are plenty of other places. If you think about energy, if you think about utilities, you think about all the ecosystem required to enable that AI transformation. And then perhaps most importantly, the real economy and how sectors like finance or healthcare or other things are going to benefit from these technologies. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Weisenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
Today's episode is looking at how the Iranian economy actually works. We are speaking with Yegana Torbadi and Bezorg Mecher Sharafadin. We're talking about their book, Stolen Revolution, Betrayal and Hope in Modern Iran.
Just in terms of the state, becoming more intertwined with the private sector, I learned two new words, or I guess terms, from your book, and I'm going to mispronounce the first one because I've only ever read it. I've never said it aloud, but bonyads? Is that right?
Bonyads, yeah.
Bonyads. Okay, bonyads, and then invisible ports. Can you talk a little bit more about those two things as sort of examples of how the state becomes intertwined with the private sector or the general economy?
Okay, so again, these religious foundations, they were launched at the beginning of the revolution, and they're very interesting. So one of them was this massive foundation that was established to distribute the wealth among the poor. And it seemed quite a noble cause. And of course, we had other foundations to look after families of martyrs of Iran-Iraq war and the veterans of the war. So these massive foundations, they were established by the order of the founder of the revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini. And the heads of those foundations, they had massive power. So we show in the book, for example, that how the head of one of these foundations, he wanted to import some wheelchairs into the country to give it to the veterans of war. But at that time, the Minister of Industries, he was against the import because he believed that the imports of German wheelchairs will be undermining the domestic production. But the head of foundation, he was an MP at that time, member of the parliament. So he went to the parliament and passed a bill to allow the foundation to import anything they want without any government supervision. And he wanted to do that to maintain the revolutionary nature of the foundation. And he didn't want to be constrained by bureaucracy and red tape. It's interesting that the same person, decades later, he becomes the Speaker of the Parliament during the reform movement. And he founds these invisible ports or invisible jetties. How is that? So we see that these foundations and the Revolutionary Guards, they had massive power to import anything they wanted without audit and without taxation. And this character of the book, decades later, he goes to southern ports of Iran and he saw a dedicated port that belonged to the Revolutionary Guards. And they could import anything they wanted without any supervision of the government. So in a way, you see how this mafia state was formed gradually, how the revolutionary nature of the foundation forced them into creating a system which was not transparent from the start. And later on, the same system turned into a mafia state.
And you sort of see how there is some good intentions, right? Like the idea of importing higher quality wheelchairs from abroad to help veterans of the war who had been injured. That is a laudable intention, but he, this character, this person that we're talking about, Mehdi Karoubi, he sort of in that decision in the 1980s establishes this idea that these foundations, and it wasn't just him, but this was just one example, these foundations are above the law and they get special dispensations and special privileges because they're kind of associated with the revolutionary state. Private companies don't get those rights. Entities, that are disconnected from the government don't get those rights. But he establishes that, and that same thinking, as it continues and is not challenged over the years, sort of grows into eventually these invisible ports and many other abuses.
It's so striking, listening to this, because on the one hand, obviously, Iran, very distinct story. But on the other hand, so many of these themes we've already discussed, you see echoes of them or versions of them in all sorts of developing states or whatever. Obviously, when you talk about, here is a steel factory or some industrial facility, and then it's been reproposed in some way for some non-vital thing, you sort of think about late era Soviet Union, for example. It's like, here's the company that wants to make bread, but they just sell all their parts abroad for hard cash and then don't actually serve their purpose. Were there ever any forces in government that tried to keep some of these entities in line? I assume there must be some conflict or effort to sort of maintain this thing where you have something that resembles industry, has some perverse incentives to maybe take some shortcut for the personal gain of whoever is the controlling entity. Were there ever attempts to build in mechanisms such that these perhaps public resources couldn't be expropriated in some way?
For sure. There were definitely people who maybe too late sort of saw the errors of some of the ways that the government had acted, including people who had been part of the problem, earlier on in their career. So for example, Mehdi Karoubi, who we mentioned, who was a cleric, an MP, he led one of these bunyads, but then later on becomes part of the reform movement and rises to great power and tries when he's in parliament to establish some standards of transparency for these entities, these bunyads and other institutions that answer directly to Iran's supreme leader. And he's unsuccessful. By that point, which was the late 90s, early 2000s, these entities and the supreme leader himself were just far too powerful for the elected government to really put a check on. There's another anecdote that we talk about at length in the book, which was in 2004 when Iran was opening a new airport. And this is, a big moment for Iran. It had been planning this airport actually since before the revolution. Of course, it was delayed, because of that and because of the war. But this was going to be kind of this big moment when Iran was going to have an airport to kind of rival Dubai and Istanbul. On the day that it's being opened, the Revolutionary Guards drive armored land cruisers onto the runway and prevent the first plane from landing. They have to be begged by the transport minister before they allow it to land. When the second plane wants to come in, they scramble a fighter jet and threaten it, and it has to divert south to Esfahan. And why did this happen? The transport minister later revealed in a series of interviews, because the guards had wanted the contract to operate that airport, but they hadn't provided the best price. And so the government had given it to a Turkish Austrian firm. And the airport was shut down. It was basically a no-fly zone for months. And it was reopened with state firms running the airport rather than this foreign contract. And so, our character, Mehdi Kadrubi, he's a Speaker of Parliament. His MPs write a report about what happened, but ultimately there's no accountability for that action. And as we go on in time, we get to a point where the guards don't even really have to take such a dramatic step. Their dominance in contracting and in different parts of Iran's economy sort of goes unquestioned. And I think the element of Iran's government that is somewhat unique, at least in its specifics from a place like the Soviet Union or other places, is that because all of these institutions answer to someone who's sort of seen as a holy figure and whose power comes from God, effectively, it's much more difficult to question both his authority and to establish any accountability over institutions that only report to him, which is how Iran's government is structured. Both the military and these big bunyads only report to him. And how can you question someone who's, effectively God's representative?
I mean, the extraction from the private sector, how much of that is about consolidating political power, and how much of it is about being worried about, I guess, foreign threats that might come in through additional capital in the country? Like, can you kind of decompose or try to maybe psychoanalyze the motivations for instance, the Iranian guards wanting to stop a new airport from operating?
I think the way I see it is the competition of different factions within the same system.
Yeah.
It's not that one faction wants to have all the money and the other faction is promoting transparency and is fighting corruption. Usually you see with a change of government, you see that how the new government tries to empower people and elements close to that. And we explain that in the book, and how, for example, Ahmadinejad, when he came to power, he tried to empower people close to him. But when next presidents, when they come, including Hassan Rouhani, we see that he also tried to somehow make sure that people close to him can benefit from the such resources. So I think there is this infighting that you see, that sometimes the Revolutionary Guards, they need to use their military and intelligence power, and sometimes the other faction can take control. But overall, I think there are many elements that have added to this competition. Of course, the sanctions are one of those. Like decades of sanctions, they have created this lack of transparency within the state. And each faction, they come and they try to take a part of the business, trying to show that themselves essential for the everyday affairs of the country to be handled. For example, before that, Iranian oil ministry has been in charge of selling oils. That's been the case for decades. But when the sanctions increased in recent decades and the government couldn't pay its debt to, let's say, Iran's police and their military forces, it gave them access to oil. So a big part of Iranian oil export has been done by the Revolutionary Guards at this stage. Some estimate that half of the Iranian oil is sold by the Revolutionary Guards. So I think the way I see it is just these different factions, they're constantly fighting with one another, trying to have a bigger share of the economy.
Tracy, I think your question, there's one anecdote that sort of exactly answers it. So I think it's both. I think they came by their suspicion of foreign intervention in Iran's economy. Honestly, I mean, if you look at the 20th century history of Iran, it is one of economic exploitation of the country by world powers, US, the British, the Russians, etc. have used that ideology in a way that has benefited themselves. So I think Bloomberg's answer stands, but I also think that it's sort of both of those factors that you identified acting at once.
More to come from our conversation on Iran's political economy with Yeganeh Torbati and Bezorg Meher Sharafadin, authors of the new book, Stolen Revolution, Betrayal and Hope in Modern Iran. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal, and this is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio.
To hear all of our episodes in full, be sure to subscribe to the podcast on your favorite platform.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. A government report today shows that from April to June, the U.S. economy grew less than analysts were expecting.
And the Commerce Department also says overall economic growth is slowing down. GDP increased by an annual rate of 1.5% in the second quarter of the year. Keep in mind, though, consumers power the economy, and consumer spending has been very resilient. One sign that we are seeing in this data is that consumers are dipping into their savings to help pay for some of these higher prices.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. The federal government is warning communities about cyber threats to water systems after 30 plants in Minnesota were hit with cyber attacks. Multiple U.S. officials tell ABC News the attacks may be linked to Iran. Colin Gray, the father of Georgia teenager Colt Gray, who carried out a deadly mass shooting at his high school, has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Prosecutors say he provided the rifle used in the 2024 attack, where 2 students were killed. This is ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. Let's update top stories and market action. 8:40 in the morning in Tokyo. We'll get to Japanese equities trading at the top of the hour, and we'll have action in U.S. Treasuries at that time as well. Stateside, we saw a powerful rally among chip stocks. This reflected the view that the recent selling of this group was simply overdone. Look at the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index today. It was up more than 8%. And on top of that, other areas of the AI trade rallied as well, namely Microsoft jumping 15% on that strong cloud growth. Oracle shares higher by 8% after the company expanded its Gemini AI partnership with Google. At the end of the day, the NASDAQ comp was up 2.8%, S&P higher by 1.6%, the Dow up 1.2% today. Lots of earnings news after the bell. Amazon reported second quarter results beyond expectations. This booming demand for AI services accelerated sales for a 5th straight quarter. Revenue for AWS up 37%. Now, the caveat here is that Amazon gave an outlook for revenue in the current quarter that was a bit below expectations. The market essentially overlooked that. Amazon shares were up about 9% in late trading. We also heard from Apple, record sales for the latest quarter, reflecting strong demand for last year's iPhone lineup. And Apple also reported surprising strength in sales of Mac computers. They've become kind of popular for certain AI applications. On the negative side, Apple did have slower sales last quarter in both China and Apple's services business. The stock was down about 6% in late New York trading. Rivian Automotive reported better than expected earnings as the company began deliveries of its new mid-sized sport utility vehicle. Shares in Rivian were up about 2.6% in late trading. As we get set for trading in Japan, you're looking at a much stronger yen. The Nikkei reported that Japan's Ministry of Finance intervened in the market to strengthen the currency. Right now at 160 against the greenback. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Scattered showers tonight. They'll taper off and end. Temperatures will fall to 60 to 65 in Boston. It'll become sunny during the day tomorrow, but there may be a stray shower tomorrow afternoon, high 75 to 80. Partial clearing, a low of 65 tomorrow night. Saturday, sunshine, some clouds, 80 to 85. Sun fades slowly Sunday as clouds increase, we're 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carroll, and with your weekend forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Breaking news first. The Fed decides.
No change in rates, 9 in favor, 3 dissents.
All 3 of those voting for an interest rate hike.
Where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act.
Reaction first to the Kevin Warsh press conference.
The market is trying to tell you the direction of travel is going to be higher.
I do think we do get rate hikes in September.
They're starting to migrate towards tightening policy.
For the latest headlines from the Fed, stay with Bloomberg 92.9.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster. Thousands of homeowners have trusted us for their blinds that are easy to order, affordable, and guaranteed to fit. You measure at home, install yourself, and enjoy blinds made exactly for your windows. Blindster.com.
This is the Bloomberg Black Business Beat. Earn Your Leisure's annual Invest Fest is coming up next week in Atlanta. It's one of the largest financial literacy and wealth management festivals designed to appeal to inexperienced retail traders, everyday consumers, and young entrepreneurs from underserved communities. It's one of the many platforms created by Earn Your Leisure co-founders Troy Millings and Rashad Bilal that blend entertainment and pop culture with real investment education. Bilal spoke to Bloomberg about some of this year's guests at InvestFest.
We have people like John Morgan from Morgan & Morgan, billionaire. We have Mike Novogratz. We have Tashana Duckett, who's the CEO of TIA Craft. Serena Williams will be the headliner. But we want to have everyday people as well. So the everyday restaurateur, the person that is into science. So we have a broad range of people.
The 3-day event hits Atlanta from August 7th through the 9th. I'm Bloomberg's Justin Milliner on the Black Business Beat.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast from Point 72, Sophia Drosas.
Well, that nominal GDP print probably speaks to ongoing health in corporate profits. As you know, corporate profits are coming off of...
It's got an AI overlay.
It does. But, I would say that the issue with the AI... The CapEx boom continues, and the chair mentioned that yesterday. It's quite strong.
Right.
But a large component of that is imported. So the potential for it to create overheating domestic conditions seems a bit less to me compared with other CapEx cycles.
Did we, as an outlier yesterday, have the dollar finally break? Is this a moment where this shocking dollar resilience, even with higher rates, finally turns around and we get, with a lack of credibility, dollar weakness?
So I think the dollar is going to lose a little bit of interest rate support and has. Of course, the market has repriced, seeing that the Fed didn't act on the accumulated high level of inflation at the last 2 meetings. So the market's extrapolating that a bit forward in terms of the reaction function. But we also need to be cognizant of what other central banks are doing. So the ECB last week declined to hike and also stated a bit more of an open-ended path. So perhaps they will not fully meet the amount of tightening that's priced in. And other central banks might be sounding a bit circumspect. And we had the Bank of England this morning. They held rates. So the question to me is, the Fed may have come across a bit more dovish than some people expected. But I think that this is a broader trend among central banks now.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening listening to the Odd Lots podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Wasenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
On today's show, we are discussing the political economy of Iran with our guests, Yeganeh Torbati and Bezorg Mecher Sharafeddin. They are the co-authors of the book Stolen Revolution, Betrayal and Hope in Modern Iran.
Can we talk about the tech sector specifically?
Yeah.
Because, again, this was surprising to learn that at one point Iran had a vibrant startup scene. But on the other hand, it kind of makes sense. If you think about a place where, because of sanctions, you don't have a lot of Amazons or Ubers around, then maybe that's the perfect,
I also just associate Iran with having a lot of young educated people.
Yeah, absolutely. So what did Iran's tech startup scene actually look like?
Yeah, I mean, this is a fascinating chapter and one that we really dug into. So, Iran was the second country in the Middle East after Israel to get access to the internet. So it's a very kind of like tech forward, pioneering country in that way. And towards the early 2010s, more and more young people are starting to get online. The Rouhani government, kind of this more moderate government coming in, they enabled access to 3G and 4G internet. So there's suddenly this access to mobile data and to the ability to kind of have apps and stream video, all that sort of thing. So it really took off, and Iranian users wanted content, they wanted apps. And as you mentioned, the sanctions meant that even with a nuclear deal, because the nuclear deal, if you remember, did not allow American companies to go into Iran. So the leading tech companies in the world, Amazon, Uber, Lyft, they could not operate. So there's this sort of protected ecosystem of 80 million at that time, 85 million or so population that needed apps, and Iranian businesses could suddenly launch and serve those people. And so that's really what happened. So you kind of start to see the first inklings of this sort of tech industry forming in the early 2010s. You get some very early foreign investment even before the nuclear deal happening, and some Iranian expats moving back and sort of seeing what's happening and starting venture capital funds. And this really then takes off after the nuclear deal is signed in 2015 and goes into effect in early 2016. And foreign investors are just really intrigued by this idea that we finally have like the last sort of greenfield opportunity is in Iran, and maybe it could be the next Russia, maybe it could be the next China, and we could really get in early on this. And so that, we kind of trace what happens after that.
It's great if you go to the website of the University of Tehran, where I am right now. It's all the cliches of every university. They have a picture of a bunch of happy grads. They have the required photo of a multiracial classroom, which every university has on their website, all these people learning. But let's talk a little bit more about you mentioned like the Ubers and Lyfts, et cetera. Like, what else were people trying to build? Like, how far did this ecosystem push? And then you mentioned, eventually a company gets to a point, it reached some threshold in which like it is no longer really able to like operate as like a private entity that pursues shareholder value as its mission. What's the second, after all this excitement, like where does it go?
Yeah, so I mean, I will say a lot of the startups were kind of familiar. There were sort of like versions of things that we would be familiar with in the West. So there's the Amazon of Iran called Digicala. There's the Uber of Iran called Snap. There's food delivery apps. There's all sorts of things. There's also things that are kind of more unique. But the most successful companies, and the ones like kind of right out the gate, are the ones that are sort of taking business models that have been tried and true in the rest of the world and localizing them for Iran. So, they start to really grow, and this kind of takes everyone by surprise, including the government. I think, from interviews I've done, it seemed like the government really sort of thought this stuff was sort of whatever, I think they didn't quite realize how quickly this field would grow. And our character that we kind of follow in the book starts his own venture capital fund, first with domestic funding, and then brings in a lot of external funding as well from Europe and Russian investors. This sort of, I think, takes a lot of the conservative kind of established forces by surprise. And what we very quickly see is a backlash. And first, it kind of takes the form of sort of hidden kind of whispers. There's like a mysterious Telegram channel that forms that starts making accusations against some of the startup founders and sort of people around that sector. The startups are very much associated in some cases they did not mean to be, but in some cases they did sort of form an alliance. They're associated with the elected government of Hassan Rouhani. And, there were already these factions kind of developing that were very against Rouhani, particularly in the Revolutionary Guards, and sort of saw him and his diplomats as being too conciliatory towards the U.S. So this backlash from the security state is kind of forming. People are being interrogated. They're being, sometimes arrested. Even their offices are being raided. And at the same time, what we document is that people, kind of middlemen with a foot in the security state and a foot in the private sector, people who had been, Ministry of Defense officials or who had served on the boards of some of these bunyads, et cetera, they start to make an offer to some of the startups. And basically the offer is, give us like 5% of your shares and we will help protect you from these accusations and from the risks that you're facing. And some of the startup founders take that deal. We really try to get into their mindset, and we interviewed over 70 people for this section of the book. And I think some of them didn't understand really what was happening. They felt beleaguered and they felt quite at risk. And they wanted to save their companies. They wanted to do what they felt like was good work, employing people, providing middle-class jobs. And so some of them took that deal. And we see, for instance, the Uber of Iran, Snap, sold a large portion of its shares to one of the bunyads. There's another kind of rideshare company that launches with Revolutionary Guard financing. And then ultimately, just a couple years ago, we sort of trace the specifics of this and how much the company tried to resist, but ultimately the Amazon of Iran, Digicala, did sell 40% of its shares to a telecom that is part owned by one of these bunyads as well. So we really kind of see this exciting, vibrant, thriving industry that was not deeply connected to the government over time, then kind of is subdued by those government forces.
By the way, Tracy, I just found this very interesting article from 2020, that company Snap. Mm-hmm. In order to get onto there's a story from Rest of World, they got on the Apple App Store by disguising the app as a music streaming app. And then only upon a user logging in with an Iranian IP address would its full capabilities as a ride-hailing app emerge. And then I guess Apple has since banned that. But some clever ingenuity there.
Yeah, very smart. So one thing I'm wondering is, at the time of this tech boom, such as it was, there were some Iranian officials that seemed to be supportive of it. I can't remember his exact name, but there was someone in the ministry who was like actually actively promoting tech at the same time that you had other actors in the government who are starting like disinformation campaigns to smear these companies and making, not so subtle threats and things like that. Again, I'm fascinated by the coordination problem or lack of coordination here, because it really seems like people are like off doing different things. And if you're a business owner, how are you supposed to respond to all these competing interests?
Yeah.
It's not a question, I guess. It's a statement.
I can add a little bit to this. I think that is the huge challenge that, Iran's not just, for instance, a corrupt state or just an authoritarian state. It's also sort of chaotic. And I think that is what is poisonous to business almost more than any other part of it. I'm not a China expert, but my sense is that, when it comes to China, if you have an understanding with the Communist Party, then you're good to go. In Iran, even if you do end up making a deal with, some bunyad, selling your shares, whatever it might be, it's a mafia structure, but there's also all these underbosses, and they all kind of compete with each other, and their power sways from day to day. So yes, one entity within the government was really supporting these startups and wanted them to succeed, and his administration was sort of hated by the more powerful security forces. So for the startup guys, a lot of whom were coming, they were expats, they were kind of coming back to Iran. Yeah. They were bewildered by this. And as you both know, business requires certainty. And that has been, I think, more detrimental, the uncertainty in Iran, the instability of the actual government structure and figuring out what it wants from day to day. That's been more poisonous almost than the actual fact of like, okay, I got to make a deal with like such and such entity and, be able to continue my work safely.
The closest comparison that comes to my mind is like Greek mythology. I'm reading Odysseus.
Oh, yeah.
And I realized that Zeus doesn't have the absolute power. So Iran's supreme leader didn't have the absolute power. He needs to manage between all different gods and goddesses. And in the case of Odysseus, you see that he is supported by some gods to go back home, but some angry gods are trying to block his return to back home. So yeah, I think a businessman in Iran is just like it's a real odyssey.
What is Iran's political economy? The story we just heard about chaos and competing factions and all of that suggest for the future of the Iran-US conflict.
I mean, we see this right now, right? There's multiple factions inside Iran. There's kind of this hardline faction that is really harshly attacking the president and the foreign minister for even having the temerity to sort of negotiate this memorandum of understanding. There are people who kind of still want inside Iran for this war to continue because they really believe that Iran kind of had the U.S. on the back foot. And so I think in terms of like how Iran's political economy looks going forward, I think it's still quite early to say at this point, just because they're still sort of in the midst of this war, really. And I think no one in Iran right now is looking that far ahead. To the extent that they are, it's very much towards China as the future. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, the guy who's been kind of negotiating with J.D. Vance, he basically said that as well. He said that, we want investment, but they want it from China. For the Islamic Republic, the economy has never been an end goal in and of itself. It's focused on it to the extent that it's a means to a broader end goal of self-sufficiency or of, some kind of like drawing some sort of ideological strength from it. But in terms of actually focusing on the economy at the expense of, for instance, some of its ideological goals, that has never been in its pattern of behavior. And there are former officials who have said, it's time to set aside our ideology and our foreign policy and focus on the economy, coming to some final accord with the U.S. that would really lift sanctions so that we can actually move on and grow the economy.
Thank you both so much for coming on the podcast.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you both so much.
This has been Odd Thoughts on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal.
To hear the rest of this episode and all of our other interviews, be sure to subscribe to Odd Thoughts wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks for listening.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump says he may temporarily withdraw the name of his Attorney General nominee, Todd Blanche, with two Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee saying they're not yet ready to vote for him.
The two Republican holdouts on the Judiciary Committee say they want it in writing, a commitment from the AG nominee that the anti-weaponization fund is dead, along with limits on the sweeping order barring tax audits targeting President Trump and his family. As Trump says he has no problem pulling Todd Blanche's nomination or renewing it when Tom Tillis and John Cornyn's terms expire in January, Cornyn says Trump would be mistaken if he believes those are the only two Republican senators who have concerns.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. A judge in Georgia handed Colin Gray a 15-year prison sentence Thursday for giving his son Colt Gray the gun that was used in the Appalachia High School mass shooting. ABC's Faith Abube.
This is now the first time in U.S. history that a parent will serve prison time specifically for murder after their child carried out a deadly school shooting. The judge telling Colin Gray that he failed as a parent and that his negligence led directly to the deaths of two students and two teachers at Appalachia High School.
The U.S. and Iran have been trading strikes with one another again. Jordan says it intercepted Iranian missiles, and Egypt says a drone hit one of their ports. The U.S. also struck military targets in Iran. Retired Colonel Seth Kumarich says the war has widened to more countries and proxy groups in the region.
There hasn't been this much global conflict with these number of countries since World War II. And I think people need to step back and take a look at how big of a global conflict that we're currently in right now.
President Trump posting on social media that his newly formed multinational Board of Peace has reached an agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. Trump adding, quote, under this agreement, Gaza will finally be in the hands of a new Palestinian government that serves its people. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Low pressure is slowly drifting towards the Atlantic, and that is good news for the area. We're finally going to be able to get into some sunshine during the day tomorrow and hang on to that sunshine and dry weather into parts of the upcoming weekend. Tonight, though, we'll look for the showers to gradually end, so will any drizzle or mist. It's 60 to 65 overnight. Tomorrow, it gradually turns mostly sunny. There'll be some cloudiness around tomorrow afternoon that could lead to a stray shower or a sprinkle, but not everybody will see the rain tomorrow. Highs will be 75 to 80. Tomorrow night, we're going to be partly cloudy. Lows are going to drop down to around 65. Saturday looks partly sunny and warm with temperatures between 80 and 85. For Sunday, we'll see morning sunshine. It starts to cloud up Sunday afternoon. Highs are 80 to 85. And we could be dealing with some showers and thunderstorms Sunday night. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Weekend Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
The whole neighborhood in Canton, Ohio was rocked by a home explosion early this morning. At least 2 people were hurt and several properties sustained damage. Division Fire Chief Steve Henderson says heavy equipment is needed to move materials because buildings were flattened.
There's even debris in the trees, glass and debris in the road, unsafe structures, so we caution the public to stay away from the area.
Investigators are looking into what triggered what they believe was a gas explosion. The Department of Justice is asking a secretive and never-before-used court to push for the deportation of an Afghan woman allegedly tied to an ISIS-inspired terrorist plot.
Congress established the Alien Terrorist Removal Court 30 years ago, but it's never seen a case. That is, until now. Department of Justice lawyers appeared in a packed courtroom on Thursday to push for the deportation of an Afghan woman who they say planned an ISIS-inspired mass shooting on Election Day in 2024. No ruling from the judge yet, though the case will likely test the functions of the court, which allows the government to use classified evidence without revealing the materials or being challenged on how the evidence was collected. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Sean Diddy Combs' prison release has been moved up a month to January 2028, according to federal inmate records. It's the second time his release has been adjusted after originally being set for May of 2028. The rap mogul is appealing his conviction on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. Let's update top stories and market action. And boy, we've got market action. No doubt about that, particularly in South Korea. The Kospi is up 14%. Bit of context. We had a powerful rally among chip stocks in the U.S., really reflecting the view that the recent selling that we have seen in this group was simply overdone. Now, we had the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index up in the Thursday session by more than 8%. Right now in Seoul, shares in SK Hynix up 12%, Samsung up by more than 11%. And again, the Kospi rallying by more than 13%. Other areas in the AI trade rallied during the U.S. trading day as well. Microsoft was up 15% on that strong cloud growth. Oracle shares higher by 8% after the company expanded its Gemini AI partnership with Google. So stateside, we had the NASDAQ Composite up 2.8%, S&P higher by 1.6%. Lots of earnings news after the bell. Amazon reported second quarter results beyond expectations. Yes, the booming demand for those AI services accelerated sales for a 5th straight quarter. Revenue at AWS was up 37%. To be fair, Amazon did give an outlook for revenue in the current quarter that was a bit below expectations. It didn't stop the stock from rallying 8% in late trading. We also heard from Apple record sales for the latest quarter, reflecting strong demand for last year's iPhone lineup. And Apple also reported surprising strength in sales of the Mac computers. They've become very popular with certain AI applications. Now, on the negative side, Apple did record slower sales last quarter in both China and its services business. Apple shares were down about 6% in late New York trading. Anthropic saying tonight that its AI models breached 3 different organizations during cybersecurity testing that went awry. Anthropic saying its Claude AI tool accessed the internet and then hacked into the real-world infrastructure of external organizations. Sounds like the similar incident that was disclosed earlier in the week from OpenAI. Right now in Tokyo, the Nikkei rallying by 1.4%. In Sydney, the ASX 200 up 0.9%. And again in Seoul, the Kospi is up 12%. Index futures for the American equity market are higher, with the S&P 500 E-mini contract up 0.2%. Global news 24 hours a day. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is Bloomberg. You're listening to a portion of the Leaders with Francine Lacqua podcast on Bloomberg Radio. Today, we're speaking with former BHP Chief Executive Mike Henry to discuss the future of mining, the race for critical minerals, and leadership lessons that shaped his tenure.
If you look back at the history of not just BHP, big companies in the sector, one of the lessons is that when a company gets boxed into a corner where it has to pursue M&A, that leads to all sorts of untold problems. I know how bad things can get when people chase after something, or if you get worried that failing or being rejected on a transaction becomes a reputational issue, you end up in very deep water then and can cause yourself all sorts of problems.
I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is Leaders, the podcast that explores what drives the world's most influential people. Well, this week's guest is Mike Henry, the outgoing chief executive of BHP, the world's largest mining company. It's really a pivotal moment for the industry. Global demand for critical minerals is soaring, thanks to the energy transition and the AI boom. And major producers like BHP are actually finding it challenging to keep up. Mike Henry has led the company through a particularly active and transformative period, spinning off its petroleum business, collapsing its dual-listed structure, and giving the green light to the vast Jansen potash project in Canada. So we get into all of those choices in our conversation, which we had back in January before he announced he was stepping down. We talk about leading a mining giant at such a consequential time and what it's like when big acquisitions don't go your way and how he's thought about succession. Mike Henry, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Thanks, Francine. It's great to be here.
We're in a peculiar moment for the industry because so much is changing. Do you feel like you're in a different moment?
Different, but good different. But I've spent my whole career in resources. And for most of that time, nobody really wanted to talk to miners. It was not seen as being an industry of today, perhaps. But what we've seen over the past 3 or 4 years is this awakening to the importance of metals and minerals. You know, you've got policymakers now trying to figure out how do they go about securing critical mineral supply chain resilience? Is there going to be enough copper? How do they go about facilitating that? And so mining has gone from a back burner industry to now being front and center of some of the big conversations that are happening globally.
How do you respond to being in this moment? Is it a lot of pressure? Do you feel responsibility, or is it only with hindsight that you realize how crucial this period will be?
No. So I and others definitely recognize how crucial this period is. And to the extent that I feel pressure, it's well more than offset by the opportunity. If you look at copper, for example, copper demand is going to almost double over the next 25 years because it's needed for the broader economy. It's needed for the energy transition, the AI revolution. And yet copper is becoming harder and harder to find. And people are now cottoning on to that. And they're saying, well, wow, if we don't do anything, we're going to see super high copper prices or shortages at given times. And so the policymakers are now weighing in with industry to figure out how do we go about ensuring that that's not what happens.
Can you tell me about a meeting where you felt all of that coming together?
A fellow CEO and myself were called into the Oval Office to meet with the President and the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Burgum, because we have a specific copper project that we're trying to develop in the U.S. This project could supply 25% of the U.S.'s copper demand for decades to come. Having that level of attention on our sector, that level of support, what that symbolizes then for other governments has been such a big difference from where we were a few years ago. Yes, it creates uncertainty, pressures at times, but big picture, this is a net positive for the sector.
Mike, tell me a little bit about how you transformed BHP.
First of all, I've been with BHP since 2003. Became CEO right at the beginning of 2020. And within 3 months, we were into the middle of COVID. And so, you were asking earlier about whether I feel pressure. The pressure of today is nothing compared to the pressure of the big decisions that we all needed to take in the face of the uncertainties that COVID brought. But as the impact I and the team have had on the organization over the past 6+ years, we've reshaped the BHP portfolio. So at the time, we had about 80% of our EBITDA being generated by a combination of oil and gas, thermal coal, coking coal, and iron ore, so steelmaking raw materials, in a world where over the long arc of time, we should expect the world to decarbonize, and we're going to see peak steel in China, beyond which we'll start to see the iron ore market shrink. So we needed to make sure that we had a portfolio that was fit for the future. We've spun out our oil and gas division. We've halved the size of our coal portfolio, now only focused on the best coals for steelmaking.
You changed the listing.
We collapsed the listing into one. We had a bit of a funny structure. It was called a dual listed company, 2 primary listings, 2 head offices and so on. Collapsed that. That was a big value unlock for shareholders. And we've grown markedly in copper and potash. We've grown copper by 30% over the past 3 years. We're the world's largest copper producer. In addition to that, we've improved operational excellence. We've gone from being a laggard in the sector to being best in class from an operational perspective.
Jansen, right? I mean, did you feel the need to go at speed? Who you were listening to? Was it your gut or other people?
I've learned actually to rely more on gut over time, but these were all very well thought through. You don't trigger an investment decision the size of Jansen on gut alone. And
did you feel the need to do it in 1 year? I'm often told that actually when you become chief executive, you have a short amount of time to make a big difference that people will accept, because then it gets lost.
So I've never been one to coast in my career. Whatever role I've gone into, you have to bring energy to it. I also believe, though, coming back to your point, that there's never a better time to drive change when everything's up in the air a little bit. I had a very clear view of what was going to help drive value for the company over the next 20 or 30 years. We were then able to trigger a series of decisions. Actually, on the same day, we announced that we were collapsing the corporate structure. We were spinning out our oil and gas division. We were selling down parts of our coal portfolio, and we were investing in Jansen, the first phase alone, biggest ever capital project for BHP.
Right. A lot of shareholders could have pushed back against these individually, but by the fact that you bundled them,
yes,
it like everything was like, okay. Was that a strategy to communicate at the same time?
We knew all of the things that we wanted to do. We also believe that by being clear with the market, particularly around the spin out of oil and gas and the investment into potash, that we could make it clear to our shareholders how we were thinking about the shaping of the portfolio and why one decision needed to be seen in tandem with the other decision, for sure.
Is that how you get your nickname, Meticulous Mike?
So sometimes your reputation outgrows you. I am somebody who pays attention to detail, high sense of accountability, and I think maybe that's what sits behind the moniker.
Do you think when we talk about this new world order, is it being overstated or understated?
I certainly don't think it's being understated. So things are definitely more uncertain and more volatile. So it's worth pointing out that in terms of our sector, the decisions that we take, these are 10, 20, 30-year decisions. And over that time horizon, we know for sure that demand for some commodities is going to increase, and that then informs our selection about which commodities we want to be involved in. Now, how you operate in that environment, of course, that's informed by all the turmoil that we see in the world around us.
Can you talk to me about how difficult that is to make decisions where you actually don't know where this new world order ends up?
It's increased the need for us to be planning through scenarios. So rather than trying to predict a specific individual future outcome in 20 years' time, continue to reinforce our ability to develop different scenarios that we then test our decisions against. And one of the things that will allow us to be successful is making decisions that are as resilient as possible under a range of different scenarios. It is an added complexity, creates higher stakes in some instances to the decisions we take, but this is the world that we have. And as I said earlier, on a kind of net basis, this is a real opportunity for the sector.
The mining industry is in a major consolidation phase, with many players pursuing M&A to beef up their metals portfolios. While BHP is no different, their success has been mixed. Mike Henry tried and failed twice to acquire Anglo American. Not only did they say no, the British mining company is teaming up with BHP rival Teck. With all this happening in the public arena, I wanted to know how Henry handled the bid, whether he had any regrets, and how he stays focused in the face of rejection. You tried to buy Anglo American twice.
We did, yes.
But failed. What did you learn from those failures?
So why did we pursue Anglo American in the first place? Is because we like copper. We've grown in copper over by 30%. We've developed four big internal copper growth options, but we're BHP. We have the ability to do even more. We thought that there was a great opportunity to unlock value for both sets of shareholders through bringing the two companies together. It wasn't to be the first time around. Second time around, we were faced with a decision of, well, we, of course, for all the same reasons we engaged the first time around, do we reapproach, see if there's any more interest now, given that they had progressed some of their strategy, or do we hang back for fear of being told no again? I would back us any day of the week to do the bold thing, which is to reapproach. And in both times, we showed discipline. I know how bad things can get when people chase after something.
Money-wise.
Money-wise.
That you just want something so badly that you're prepared to buy it at any price.
Or if you get worried that, failing or being rejected on a transaction becomes a reputational issue, you end up in very deep water then and can cause yourself all sorts of problems. So we went into both approaches with a clear sense of we will only do something that we believe creates value for BHP shareholders. And if we can't see that, then we'll step away.
How did it feel like at the time?
You approach those things with a sense of optimism, a sense of pressure, but coming away from it, momentary disappointment, but alongside that, the confidence that we've done the right thing by way of shareholders and confident that we've made the right decision.
How did you manage through it? So you still have staff that you need to speak to, morale that you need to boost or at least keep steady?
We've got such a professional team, and so it's perhaps a little bit less disruptive inside than people might think looking outside in. People are very clear that they like the boldness. So the fact that, BHP is willing to back itself and go after opportunities when it spots them, that's motivating for people. They also like the fact that we are super disciplined and that we're confident enough in ourselves and our existing strategy and our internal growth options to back away if we don't think that we can create value for shareholders.
How much time do you have to spend on that? So was it all consuming?
No, unfortunately, when you run a business like BHP, you have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Now, I do have a team that is very high performing. These are all big leaders in their own right. As CEO, I don't need to spend a large proportion of my time getting in and solving day-to-day business problems. The business is running so smoothly, and when problems do arise, the team's on it on their own. I continue to need to tend to other relationships outside of that particular focus. So it increases in the amount of time that you have to take, but it can't become all-consuming for the CEO.
After the first bid that didn't go through, did you already know that you'd go after it a second time if the opportunity was there?
Not at all. In fact, the board and I have been very, very deliberate about crafting a BHP strategy, and that would never be dependent on M&A. If you look back at the history of not just BHP, big companies in the sector, one of the lessons is that when a company gets boxed into a corner where it has to pursue M&A, that leads to all sorts of untold problems.
Coming up, more from my conversation with the former BHP Chief Executive Mike Henry for this episode of the Leaders with Francine Lacqua podcast. I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Cloudiness lingers across the area through the night, but any showers will taper off and end. We're 60 to 65. It looks like it clears during the day tomorrow, though there may be a shower in the afternoon in a couple of spots. High 75 to 80. Partly cloudy, 65 tomorrow night. Partial sun Saturday, 80 to 85. Sunday morning sun, some afternoon clouds, 80 to 85. I'm Rob Carolyn with your weekend forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Apple earnings, third quarter revenue, $109.42 billion. That's a beat.
Microsoft, everything is in the cloud growth, better than expectations.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Amazon Web Services net sales, that's a beat.
Meta Platforms did miss estimates.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
The AI euphoria is being questioned across the board.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends. They trust me. As for the rest of you, Well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg Mac 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th. As global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power, you'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, Bloomberg Politics contributor Patrick McHenry on the push and pull over AI regulations in Washington.
Well, Mythos was a defining moment, and it shifted the debate in Washington and among corporate players on the use of AI. We see the token tracking that every corporate is now engaged in. CFOs went from spend at all cost on AI to now let's make sure we're getting something for this engagement and this extraordinary cost on tokens going to the frontier labs. We've seen a large shift this calendar year, distinct from what we saw last year. Last year was all about the build and the competition with China to make sure that we're ahead. This year, we're seeing a shift post-Mythos to ensuring we have competition on the frontier and in the second generation and on with the use of AI and the rising use and need for open models and open weights so that we have open source as a key player to balance out this rising cost of AI usage. So there's a lot happening here. This Microsoft story is absolutely fascinating because it's one of the long-term old players in tech and still had such a massive move today. You're seeing something likewise in Washington policy circles that the shifts on AI, the uncertainty on what AI will mean for the economy, that's a huge driver of our politics, not just the day-to-day stuff, but this is going to be the large debate within the parties and with the electorate.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is Bloomberg. You're listening to a portion of the Leaders with Francine Lacqua podcast on Bloomberg Radio. Today, we're speaking with former BHP Chief Executive Mike Henry to discuss the future of mining, the race for critical minerals, and leadership lessons that shaped his tenure.
So we've been very deliberate about saying, first and foremost, we have to be able to get more out of the resources that we have. And that then enables us to be quite discretionary about whether we want to pursue an opportunity. So when we backed away the first time, we said, our prime focus is this. When we spotted a further opportunity, or where the question arose for whether we should approach again, it was the same attitude. We don't have to. But because we believe there's value to be created for shareholders, it's almost incumbent on us to make an approach. If there's not a meeting of minds, then fine. We know we've got a great strategy in our own right, great growth ahead of us in the right commodities. So we'll stay focused on that.
Do you think there was a way of getting it? You didn't want the South African operations, right, of Anglo, but had you spent more time in reassuring them or spending more time with the Australian shareholders, maybe something could have moved more in your direction. Is that fair criticism?
We will never know. I'm very comfortable with the way that we attempted the original structure. If we had have structured it differently, would that have made a difference? Maybe, but that would have run up against the main objective here, which is to create value for BHP shareholders. So I don't have any regrets over having approached the way we approached the first time around or the second time around.
What's the right way of approaching some of these transformational deals? You have to have like a clear strategy, and I don't know how you would describe it.
You have to be very clear thinking. And if you think about the Anglo deal, it was wholly consistent with the strategy that we had laid out as a company, the commodity that we wanted to grow in, how we thought about M&A, the sort of assets that we were willing to acquire. Where you get into trouble is if you're not clear on what your strategy is, or you start chasing after a deal to get a deal done, or because you don't have alternatives.
So you almost have to set that strategy as soon as you take over.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Some chief executives change strategy. Why do you think that is?
Well, when a business isn't performing well, or when the world is changing in a way that demands a rethinking of strategy, of course, then the CEO should get in and rethink it. But with ours, we remain confident in the strategy that we have and in the commodities that we've chosen.
That's bold, isn't it? It's kind of sticking to a strategy.
You have to be bold in these roles. It's kind of an informed boldness. Our sector is such a dynamic, important sector that if you're not bold, that's where companies go off course or they fail over time. And so when I stepped into role, I told myself I needed to be bold.
But I also like the fact that it's no regrets. Because otherwise you could procrastinate about things that you could have done differently or you should have done.
So we faced, this was a key point that we faced in the second approach to Anglo. Some people would say, well, do you really want that to be seen in public again the second time around? And of course, you don't want it. But when faced with that choice of, well, do we take that on, but do what we believe is right by shareholders by reapproaching and have that level of boldness and confidence, or do we stay away from it for fear of it looking like another failure? We back ourselves.
Industry rivals or industry players are now actually coming together. If you were to be number 2 mining company in the world instead of number 1, does that make a difference?
Makes no difference whatsoever. I don't worry at all about losing the bragging rights of being the biggest miner by market capitalization, both because it doesn't actually lead to greater shareholder value in my view. But secondly, I know that the minute that we get into a headspace that says we have to chase something just to be number 1, that's where things become much, much riskier. It's never a good idea to pursue a transaction because somebody else is pursuing a transaction.
When I spoke to Mike Henry in January, there had been rumors circling that after 6 years, he was preparing to step down. Since speaking together, those rumors proved to be true, and he plans to hand over the reins on July the 1st. Knowing that his departure could be soon, I wanted to hear more about how he handled the day-to-day, while at the same time preparing for succession. What do you hope your successor can learn from the last 6 years?
My successor is going to have the opportunity to learn from all of the work, both of my time and role, as well as from the long arc of BHP's history.
I imagine it's difficult, right, thinking about succession. One of the most important roles for a chief executive is to make sure that you think about succession, but also it's difficult to figure out the time to go.
Interestingly, literally day one, as in when the board made the decision to appoint me into the CEO role, my chair at the time sat down with me and said, succession starts now. And it was made super clear to me that one of my biggest accountabilities was developing that next generation of leaders. So that's always been front and center for me.
It's hard, though. Is it hard?
Of course it's hard. In particular, if you become complacent and take your eye off the ball and you don't continue to invest in people and giving them different roles, expanding roles, and if you're not providing them with the right support. And, the other part of your question, so Francine, was, well, what's the right time to go? If you have the luxury of making that decision on your own, because there's plenty of CEOs who don't make the decision. It's always hard. I'm sure when that day comes, it'll be a combination of personal perspective, but also what we believe is right for the business. I love BHP. I know that there will come a time where fresh, energy, perspective, and so on will also be a positive for the organization. I'm a big believer in renewal, and that applies to companies just like it does ourselves.
When you talk to other chief executives, does succession come up?
So it comes up more regularly than some people would think, in terms of in some cases, it's been their own succession. So as they're leaving role, I always like to get their reflections on things as you have new CEOs taking up the role. So for example, when I first was appointed CEO, one of the very gratifying things that I hadn't recognized was the case was a lot of other CEOs reached out and provided a bit of coaching or said, welcome to the club. And, we've all been through this experience. If there's anything we can help you with. And I try to do that with others as well. I've had discussions on succession, sometimes prompted by me, sometimes prompted by them, about the topic or the concept of succession, how we go about building capability in BHP with CEOs from many other industries.
What's the guiding thought on leadership? If somebody were to be appointed chief executive today and you call them, what do you tell them?
It would, of course, be around some of the things that we discussed about being clear on strategy, aligned with board, keeping your strategy consistent, don't get blown off course. But I think most people stepping into the CEO role would know that. What I think sometimes CEOs would be at risk of missing is the importance to long-term success of how you go about engaging and enabling your people, and doing so in a way that isn't reliant upon the CEO of the day or the management team of the day, embedding in the company's DNA and a culture and an approach to how you go about leading your people, enabling your people that stands the test of time. Because over a long enough time horizon, the incremental value, the incremental reliability, which builds trust with shareholders and other stakeholders, the value of that over time is certainly well in excess of the value that you're ever going to get through developing an individual mine or undertaking an individual M&A transaction.
What's been the most unexpected or surprising thing about leading the company?
Probably a couple of things. One, of course, nobody knew that we were going to encounter COVID early on in my CEOship. So that certainly falls into the unexpected